Welcome, everybody, to the 2024 Nebraska State Fair Market Swine Show. Our judge today is Clay Zwilling from West Lafayette, Indiana. Clay currently serves as CEO of the National Swine Registry. It should be the Nebraska. I keep wanting to say that, even though I wrote national. Prior to this role, Clay was serving in the executive leadership roles at Angus Media and Walton Webcasting. Clay grew up on a small purebred cattle and swine operation in western Illinois. He attended Lakeland College, Oklahoma State University, where he was active in ag leadership and livestock judging teams. At Oklahoma State, Clay was a member of the 2012 National Championship Livestock Judging Team and an All-American. Clay also has a master's degree in ag education from Texas A&M University. Clay has judged in 20 states, including 10 state fairs and the Houston Barrow Show. Clay lives in West Lafayette with his wife, Deanna, and two daughters, Allie and Emma. Our superintendent today at the State Fair Swine Show is Rhonda Herrick from Franklin and Kearney County, and our assistant superintendent is Michaela Blender from Harlan and Furnace County. We're going to start our show off today with some purebred market hogs and work through some classes and then go into the crossbred market hogs, where we're going to show gilts first and then barrows.
Well, good morning. Certainly excited here to get into our market hog show today, and I think the quality is going to be very good, and excited about the offering we've got here in our first division in the Berkshires, and frankly, pretty fired up about our class winner. A good way to start the day, and certainly as we go through, still going to keep some of the priorities we had yesterday relative to balance and skeletal quality, but also keeping in mind these are market animals, and so muscle, degree of condition are going to be important, and I think there's one that combines that very well. That's the young man directly in front of me. He's going to win this class. This bear is just easily the most opened up through the base of his chest. I think he's built on the right type of skeletal base. He's extremely fresh up high. He's opened up, still balances and proportions very well. Just a really good place to start. Just as quickly, I followed up the young man over here in second, and I like this bear a great deal from the side. He's tall-shouldered. He's parallel in his lines. He's fresh and crisp down his top line. Comparatively to our class winner, he's a frailer featured bear. Doesn't want to maybe be quite as square off of his right rear, but I do think he's just a little bit more genuine in terms of his condition. I think from a balance and proportionality standpoint, some pieces in that one I like just a little better than a couple of these left out here. Young man here with the gilt's going to be third, and I just think this one reads to be more genuine up high. She's one that would, to me, would read to break open leaner in her 10th. She's got more genuine muscle. She gets a little down in terms of where she sets her head placement relative to her blade, but I think she offers a long, comfortable stride, a really good basic type of a market hog out here in this particular drive. Young man's bear that's going to be four maybe reads to be a little stouter there in terms of his foot and bone work. He's a bolder ribbed pig than the one that's going to stand above him. This one just to me doesn't want to read as fresh in terms of where he's at in terms of maturity. Wants to be a little plainer in terms of his shape up high, but that's a good bodied, easy feeding type of a bear to go ahead and lay in there in this class. Young man's hog comes next, very well presented in terms of skin and hair. Just never really wants to catch a gear out here, but still from there, read him to be a lighter weight bear that's a little frailer in terms of his feature, a little more short coupled and doesn't want to maybe just get out and go and drive and have the presence out here. But again, young man still does a nice job. This one that comes next is kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, a bigger frame type pig that's got some skeletal quality, just needs to have more genuine muscle and shape to move up higher in class. Drop out these remaining two, and certainly good feeding, fast growing type of Berkshire barrows. Just need to supply them with a little more true muscle, accommodate them a little bit better from a skeletal perspective. But again, good class. Let's give those young folks a nice hand.
In Class 1, Berkshire Market Hogs, our first purple shown by Andrew Veck of Saunders County. Second purple shown by Tucker Brandyberry of Harlan County. Also receiving purple, Oliver Schmidt of Harlan County, and Cruz Sims of Sherman County. Receiving blue in class, Braxton May of Hamilton County, Cash Maharis of Hamilton County, Larissa Vaughn of Antelope County, and Jackson Schmidt of Fillmore County. In each of these classes of purebred market hogs, the first and second purple are going to be our champion reserve. So in our first class, our champion market Berkshire was shown by Andrew Veck of Saunders County, and reserve champion by Tucker Brandyberry of Harlan County.
Well, an interesting class in these Durocs, and I don't know if it's just that there's one that's logically the one to tie into, because honestly, all those ones we weighed, I think, bring something to the table. And again, as I mentioned, not to sound overly critical, but I think that's where you kind of got to put your big boy pants on in this class and make some calls of where you're going to land, relative to balance and skeletal quality, but still having muscle and shape and base width and some of the market hog fundamentals. And ultimately, the longer the drive wore on, I thought these two surfaced. And I'm not telling you they're perfect, but they do offer more of the plus side. And then the totals, as we put some things together in this class. From there, within this pair, I do think there is one that is more comfortable, particularly off of his hip and rear leg. He reads to be fresher up high, and to me, I think combines just a little more quality. That's the young man's barrow on the far side. He's going to win this class. This one, if you study him coming at you, is one of the better chested ones we have in this class. He's tall-shouldered. He's elevated. He's one that has some reach and drive in terms of his authority. I think he reads to be truly one of the freshest options we have out here. Is he the stoutest in terms of his bone work? No, and would I like to see him just going away a little wider? I certainly would, but I think in terms of his basic angles, his proportionality, his balance, his freshness, that's a really good place to start. Young lady's definitely got the stouty in class here in second, and I like that about him. He is stout-skulled, he's big-chested, he's big in his forearm, he's one that's big in terms of his toe and foot size. Unfortunately, as we compare him back, I just think skeletally we need to change him. He's rocked too far forward in the angle to his blade, and particularly, as you can tell out here, the longer the drive wears on, wants to get a little more uncomfortable on his rear pastern set and get a little shorter step in. If we can just get this guy to go a little looser, I think his stoutness of feature, his genuine base width and power slides him up a spot and again contends with that class winner. Really like this barrow from the side. He is tall-shouldered. Skeletally, I like his reach and range of motion. He's one that gives you good balance and presence out here. Unfortunately, as we compare him back, this one just runs out of gas in terms of him coming at you and going away. We just got to blow him open and give him a bit more true dimension and substance underneath. But again, young man does a nice job getting that one presented. We just got to give him a bit more true shape and dimension underneath. Young lady's barrow that comes next is a big-ribbed, soft-centered kind of a pig. To me, he's similar to the one in third in terms of he gives you a good balance and profile. Just to me, needs to be more opened up underneath and have a bit more true dimension. On top of that, I didn't read him to be as correct in terms of his blade angles. Wants to get rounder out of his hip and frailer in terms of his feature. But again, a neat pig from the side. The young lady does a nice job presenting in this particular class. Young man's hog that comes next is one that you like in terms of his extension ahead of his blade. He gives you a really balanced look from the side. I just read this one to be past 12 o'clock. He's a little staler in his overall makeup. His skull kind of indicates his body type. He's a frailer skulled, narrower skulled one that wants to get flatter underneath. He doesn't want to be quite as opened up. Didn't read him to be just 12 o'clock, as we mentioned. He's a little past his prime. Hogs on down the line here in 6, 7, and 8 that, again, I think have plenty of muscle. They're opened up in terms of their topside power. Honestly, it's structure and comfort that sorts them in the range of the class. Young man's got a heavy-duty one here that comes out here in 7, just needs to be better on his front feet. And, again, read him to be a little more mature relative to the rest of the class. Young lady's lightweight barrow that's going to round out. Certainly a good type of market hog, just needs to balance a little better. Again, good class. Let's give those young folks a nice hand.
In Class 2, Duroc Market Hogs, our champion goes to Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County, reserve champion Caden Cisco of Odo County, also receiving purple in the class, Braden Schaffersman of Dodge County, Kinley Kaufman of Scottsbluff County, and Andrew Veck of Saunders County. Receiving blue in the class, Jolie Divish of Saunders County, Wyatt Moat of Gage County, and Landon Schaefer of Seward County.
Well, a good group of spots here in our purebred division, these spots, and certainly think the class kind of lines up fairly logically if you keep in mind basic priorities. And from there, there is one that I do think from a balance and skeletal quality perspective and still being the most genuine and opened up underneath is the place to start. That's the young man here directly in front of me. He's going to have your champion spot. This one, again, as we mentioned, comes at you the widest through his chest. He's the freshest in terms of his muscle shape up high. I think his balance and proportionality and skeletal quality is unrivaled in this particular group. Could he be a little taller shouldered and a little freer moving out of his rear leg? He certainly could, but I think his range of motion, his stoutness, just putting together the most totals, that's a good type of a bear to lead off. Going to follow up the young man's bear here next to be reserve, and I like this one in terms of his height of shoulder, his balance and presence out here. He is one that has a big, fresh, crisp top. To me, young man, the reason he lands in second, he's not as stout in terms of his forearm and bone, and he comes right at me. He wants to be a little more closed up in his chest. I still do feel just a little bit more comfortable relative to his condition and his skeletal quality relative to the gilt that's going to land 3. Young man in 3, this is a gilt that's got a huge rib, a big top, definitely a stout hip and stifle in her. For me, we just need to reassemble her from a skeletal standpoint. Make her square going away. I like to see her bigger in her forearm and her foot size to match what she's got up high. Then as we talk about composition, I'd like to clean her up in the lower portion of her body in terms of her condition, trim her up there to match the muscle she's got up high. I told the young lady here in 4, it's not for a lack of muscle in this one. I like that about this bear. We just need to make him stouter in terms of his bone work, balance him out from the side in terms of how he's built through his hip. But again, that's a good practical type of market hog. Young man that's going to round out this class with this lighter weight bear. Again, certainly one we can appreciate for having some extension. We just need to give him a stouter type of feature, reassemble him at the ground from the ground up. But again, good group of young people, nice set of spots. Let's give them a nice hand.
In Class 3 Spotted Market Hogs, our champion is shown by Regan Crackey of Gage County. Our reserve champion, shown by Caleb Hackbart of Saline County. Our receiving purple in the class, Lane Mahaffey of Dodge County. Receiving blues in the class, Devin Dose of Hamilton County. And Braxton May of Hamilton County. Following the all other breeds class of purebred market hogs, we will be having the champion selection of the purebred market swine in the South Show Ring.
Well, an interesting group of Yorkshire market hogs out here, and I certainly think, hey, if you want to line them up in the top three a couple different ways, I wouldn't argue with you because it's really personal preference of where you're going to sit. And I think if the class winner just would catch another gear, you'd probably from the outside like him a little better. But there's no doubt that he is the stoutest featured. He's the biggest footed. I think his skeletal angles are right. I just don't think he wants to go and just drive with that extra go in him. But in terms of just market hog of shape up high, dimension, balance, still being stout-footed, young lady directly in front of me is going to win this class. As I said, I think if he would just catch a gear and go, I think he'd be a lot more logical class winner. But again, just study his basics in terms of his spread up high, his base width, his skeletal quality in terms of his angles. I think that's just a really good place to start. Just as quickly followed up with the young lady's gilt over here, and I do like this one from the side in terms of her presence. I think she works with a good range of motion from her hip forward. She's a fresh appearing type of a gilt. This is one that just wanted to close up more at the base of her chest and turn in at her front feet. I thought she pushed a little more on the outside in terms of how she stepped away. And also this is one just in a market hog scenario. I'd like to have a little bit more just true muscle in terms of her seat of her pants going back into her hip. But again, balance, skeletal quality, I like that one a great deal. Young lady's barrow here that's next. I like him in terms of his height of shoulder. He's parallel in his lines. Again, this is one that just gets a little flatter footed. I read him to be rounder in his hip and didn't want to maybe come together quite as well from a balance perspective. But again, he's big chested. He's one that gives you a neat type of a look from the side. If we could just reassemble him in a spot or two skeletally, I think some of his pieces would put him a little higher up the line. Young man's got a nice little lightweight here that just from a balance and skeletal quality sorted himself up. I think this one, again, if we could just change him there right in the top side of his neck and have him have a little more reach, we could push him up a spot or two. Hogs on down the line here in 5, 6, and 7. We're not lacking for muscle in this particular class. We've got plenty of topside loin edge and shape. Hogs that if we send them to the rail, I think are going to cut open pretty good at the top side of their skeleton. We just need to change them from a skeletal perspective, particularly on front feet and pastern set. Young lady's barrow that's going to round out the class. Again, he's got a ton of muscle and width. Obviously, labor in there, probably from an injury. But again, good class. Let's give these young folks a nice hand.
In Class 4 Yorkshire Purebred Market Hogs, our champion shown by Brooke Luchtenhaus of Saunders County. Our reserve champion, Marini Vaughn of Antelope County. Receiving purple, Jaylee Halstead of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Dakota Valek of Knox County. Kylie Wilkinson of Douglas Sarpy County. Ellie Beal of Brown Rock Kepahaw County. And Grace Mitchell of Holt County.
Well, a good way to round out our purebred show with a little bit of the Golden Corral class here with a little bit of everything you want and any option you'd like in our AOBs because we've got a lot of different parts and pieces and colors. But the one I like in terms of just stoutness of features, still balance and skeletal quality, Young Man's Poland Barrow is going to win this class. Again, I think this one, just as we compare him back to his contemporaries, is the stouter featured one in terms of his skull and bonework. He's got good shape and dimension up high. I read him to be squarer and truer than the one that's going to be landing in second. And again, I think just in terms of his basics of angles and build, that's a really good place to start. He could be neater up through his head and certainly be a little taller shouldered, but that's just a very good basic type of a market hog. Going to follow up the Young Man's Chester Barrow next. And again, I like this one spread up high. I think he's one you've got to appreciate for having some genuine power and shape on the top side of his loin and his skeleton. To me, this Barrow just wants to get a little rounder hipped. He's frailer in terms of his feature to the ground. Just maybe doesn't want to balance up quite as well as our class winner. And again, if we could just stouten him up in his bone work and change how he's built through that hip, I think we could really contend and rival with our class winner. Young Lady's Tamworth Barrow, I think, just logically falls into third in terms of his upper rib shape. He's good through the base of his chest. Just comes in a few more pieces. He's one that's a little plainer headed, gets rounder out of his hip, but just in terms of a base width, muscle, and power, that one needs to stay up at the top end of this class. Young Lady's Tamworth here coming next. Again, from a skeletal standpoint, very practical, offers good reach and range of motion. Just felt like this one ran out of gas in terms of top side power right out of the back side of his blade, particularly as you study him in his bone work and foot size. But again, a practical type of a barrow there. Fast growing, easy keeping type of a Hampshire barrow here that we need to change in terms of his front feet and how he's built there in his hip and rear leg. But again, good bodied and practical. Round out the class with the Young Man's Poland Barrow that again, I think his skeleton is good in terms of his length of stride and balance. Comparatively, I think he just runs out of gas in terms of muscle and upper rib shape. We can bust him open, give him a bit more true topside product. I think that one can slide up a spot or two. Again, good class. Let's give those young folks a nice hand.
In Class 5, all other breeds, purebred market hogs. Our champion goes to Cruz Molina from Platte County, showing a pole in China. Reserve champion goes to Chase Hartman of Dodge County, showing a Chester White. Also receiving purple, Emerson Pagels from Burke County. Receiving blue in class, Devin Does from Hamilton County. Tinley Spees from Howard County, and Braxton May from Hamilton County.
Let's give our purebred market hog exhibitors here a nice round of applause. Again, I think it's a good group, and even though not big on numbers, again, as I talked yesterday, I think it's important we emphasize the showing and exhibition and breeding of these purebreds, and kudos to the Nebraska State Fair for adding these classes and continue to give opportunities to highlight these young people, particularly if they're interested in this side of the business. And we get these division winners or breed winners out here, and honestly, for as much diversity as there were within the breeds, I'm very satisfied with these ones that come out of here in terms of a consistency, in terms of build. They have good basics in terms of base width and power and product. I think they all read good in terms of their composition and condition. There is one, though, that I think just is unrivaled in terms of genuine base width, skeletal quality, still putting together some really good pieces. The Berkshire will be your champion. We drop in that reserve Burke, and he certainly fits into the mix. From his hip forward, he's as impressive as any through his chest and his spread up high. As we talked, we might want to change him out of his hip and rear leg comparatively. But honestly, I think it gets closer out here for reserve. And honestly, if you want to go a couple different ways, I'm not going to argue with you. Just to describe him how I see him, we've got our AOB out here, and I certainly think just in terms of his practicality and basics, really like that one. As he gets out here, probably reads to be the flattest and plainest relative to muscle, but good in terms of his basic build and kind. We've got this spot barrow here that I certainly like in terms of his freshness. He gets a little rounder hipped and a little more awkward going away. I think he sits to be maybe a little lower fronted comparatively. The Yorkshire is a good basic type of market hog that I just thinks needs to go and drive a little better. And then we have this Duroc. And again, I think as we talked in that division, it was a little challenging relative to what you could piece together, but we get him out here, and he's a big-chested, neat, balanced one that's tall-shouldered. He's got good spread up high. If he could just have a little more reach off his rear leg, I think he really could have contended a little higher. I still think, though, out in this drive, he's the next best one. He'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Our overall champion, purebred market swine, shown by Andrew Veck of Saunders County. Our overall reserve champion, purebred market swine, shown by Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County.
Well, we start with our underweight division here, and certainly I think it's good we recognize these young kids. They put a lot of time into their project, and honestly, a gilt that could have stood some competition. She's good made. She's well balanced. She's got some stoutness of feature and muscle. Again, congratulations to this young lady. Nice type of gilt in this particular class.
In our Class 6 underweight market gilts, receiving a blue, Jaden Persowski of Douglas-Sarpy County. As we begin our first division of lightweight market gilts, our judge today is Clay Zwilling of West Lafayette, Indiana. Clay is the CEO of the National Swine Registry. Grew up on a purebred swine and cattle operation in Western Illinois and attended Lakeland College, Oklahoma State University, and Texas A&M University. We'd like to thank our sponsors of today's show, Aurora Cooperative, Farm Credit Services America, Nebraska Elite Beef, Pinnacle Bank, the Parks Companies, and Nebraska Pork.
Well, honestly, an interesting way to start off our light division here of our market gilts, because I think if we could kind of push these three together and make one, we'd have a real logical class winner. I think these are obviously the trio that need to sort, and then from there, you've got to make some calls on where you're going to stand on some things. And again, when we get into these scenarios, or maybe there's not just one that I think you got to tie into, I look for the one that puts together the most totals and where you can go and land on some things. And there's things in each one of these I want to change structurally. There's things in each one of these from a balance perspective I'd like to change as well. Ultimately, there is one that is the broadest in terms of her chest. She's the boldest up high in terms of her rib cage and her stoutness of feature. If we could lengthen her in her hip, I think you'd be much more impressed, but she's still the product-driven one that works with a good type of basic build. Young man's gilt here directly in front of me is going to win this class. As we mentioned, again, I'd like to just lengthen her hip and have her stride a little better, but in terms of her basic build and squareness and angles, I think that's a good place to start. And just from a muscle and product standpoint, that's the gilt I feel the most comfortable hanging my hat on. Young lady on the far side is going to be next, and I like this gilt in terms of her presence and balance. This is a gilt that, again, drives and plants with a great deal of authority. Comparatively, she gets flatter in her upper rib. She wants to become a bit more concave through the base of her chest and forerib back into her flank. And again, I don't see her just perfect off of her rear leg either. A really intriguing one in here, three, because if we could keep her front 2/3 in check and then change her rear 2/3, I think she could win your class, because she's opened up to the base of her chest. She's stout skulled. She's got a big spread and dimension up high. As you see this one going away, she really wants to stab and push off of her right rear. She doesn't want to be quite as good there in the angle to her blade and shoulder. Again, an intriguing gilt from the side. Just got to reassemble this one from a skeletal standpoint. Gilt that comes here in 4 is just real practical and problem-free. And honestly, if we're in a breeding gilt scenario, this one probably slides over and moves up in this class, because she is good in her basic build. She's practical in terms of her skeleton. To me, she's the plainest in terms of her head and neck carriage. She doesn't read to be quite as crisp in the top side of her skeleton. As we study her just in a base width and chest floor standpoint, she easily lands in the 4th in terms of those top 3 that stand above her. A real muscle-packed type of a gilt that comes next, and appreciate the spread and dimension she's got up high. As we've mentioned, we just need to reassemble her, particularly through her hip and rear leg. I'd like to change her how she works off of her front shoulder and knee as well. But again, a very well-presented gilt that's full of muscle. Hogs on down the line here that honestly balance and proportion well from the side. We just need to open them up and give them more true power to accommodate what we have in the rest of this class. Good job to those young folks. Let's give them a nice hand.
In Class 7 lightweight market gilts, our first purple goes to Trampus Carr of Lincoln County. Second purple goes to Marissa Yonda of Howard County. Receiving purple in the class, Raya Lavick of Butler County and Wyatt Moat of Gage County. Receiving blue in the class, Jaden Prasowski of Douglas Sarpy County. Addison Bates of Odo County. Lake Heinrichs of Thayer County. And Ryland Johnson of Kearney County.
Well, good class top to bottom, and I think some calls you've got to make, honestly, 3 through 11, where you're going to sit. But this trio surfaced, I thought, fairly handedly. And honestly, I think this trio lines up fairly logically as well, because there is one that I think in just terms of squareness, basic build, still having plenty of stoutness and muscle up high, being true and square, that logically wins. That's the young lady here in the middle. She's going to win this particular class. This one is the most broad up high, the one that's got a big stout hip in her. But then ultimately what gives her the upper hand is she's the squarest coming and going. She still balances and proportions very well from the side. I think a really good logical place to start. Young man on the far side here is going to be next. And if we could square her up going away, I think she really rivals our class winner. But from her hip forward, that is a stout skull, big chested, crisp topped, heavy muscle type of a gilt. And again, what sorts her between the one and second and third is I think they both have the similar issue going away. They're just more hog here in terms of stoutness and muscle. Again, really good one in terms of just stoutness of feature. Want to square her up going away. Young man does an excellent job getting this one presented, and I like her on the side. She parallels very well, tall-shouldered, good in her lines. As we compare her back, and as I mentioned, I think she's a frailer featured gilt compared to the top three. She does have a big crisp top in her. We just need to change how she goes away as well. But I like her balance and presence very well. Just kind of logically slides into three. As we sort on down the line here, honestly, you kind of have to make some calls where you're going to sit structurally. This blue gilt kind of kept working her way up for me because she's big up high. She's really opened up through her chest. She's genuine in that regard. She needs to be stouter in terms of her bone work and squared up going away. Honestly, a lot like that gilt that sits right ahead of her, just not as good off of her rear leg and probably not as well balanced. Young man's got a gilt here that, again, I think if we're in a breeding gilt scenario, probably slides up a spot or two because I thought she was really basic and practical. Runs out of muscle and gas coming off both ends of her skeleton relative to power. An interesting one here in 6 in terms of her stoutness of bone and feature. She's big in terms of her foot. One that honestly I wanted to keep working and working on up. To me, she just comes in a few more pieces. She's a little tighter there in her top line. She's tight there in her ham-loin junction. Obviously, as she goes away, we need to square her up going as well. Young lady does a nice job getting this one presented, and I think from a profile and pattern standpoint does very well. Just gets rounder in her hip, wants to be more pushed forward into her blade, and ultimately when she comes at me, she needs to be better in her chest and knee. Young lady that comes next has got a similar type of gilt from the side. She parallels and balances very well, just relative to her weight and her contemporaries. I thought ran out of gas in terms of genuine width and power. We just need to give her a bit more muscle. Gilts in 9, 10, and 11 that certainly aren't lacking for muscle shape, and that's not the issue here. We've got hogs that I think are going to cut out very well when they hit the rail. We just got to reassemble them from a skeletal build and practicality standpoint. Good class. Let's give those young folks a nice hand.
In Class 8 lightweight market gilts, our first purple goes to Laney Wolgamuth of Phelps County. Second purple to Diego Velasco of Odo County. Third, also receiving purple, Mason Yanda of Howard County. Receiving blues in the class, Ty Valdez of Custer County. Bodie Carruthers. Brooklyn Creech of Scottsbluff County. Marissa Yanda of Howard County. Berkeley Strode of Buffalo County. Trevin Stuke of Saline County. Merrick Reinch of Fillmore County. And Oliver Schmidt of Harlan County.
Well, another interesting class, and I think, again, it's maybe not the easiest to put together because I don't know if there's one you can just totally gravitate towards, and there's things in all these pigs I want to change from a structural standpoint, but I did think these were the two that surfaced in this class just relative to putting together some quality and basics in terms of build and balance, still having plenty of muscle and shape, and then from there, just to describe them to you in no particular order, the off-belted gilt over here is extremely stout. She's big in terms of her forearm. She's better coming at you through her chest and front feet. She wants to get a little more pinched in her ham-loin junction. I don't read her to be as comfortable off of her hip and rear leg, and one that gets a little plainer headed, but that is a stout featured one that brings plenty of product to the table. Then we've got this blue gilt, and honestly, if you fix her front feet and bust her open her chest ever so slightly, I think she's a very easy class winner because that's a very well-balanced, fresh gilt that gives you plenty of muscle and shape. She has good presence from the side. I actually think her reach and range and motion is as good as any out here. I like to make her broader in terms of her skull shape as well comparatively, but that's how I see this pair. And if you want to argue about which way you want to go on them, I'm not going to get into a wrestling match with you or anything like that because I think it's personal preference. But the longer they're out here and the longer I study them and break them down, honestly, the one that represents my kind in terms of range of motion, balance, and presence out here, the young lady's blue gilt's going to win this class. And again, if we could pick her up on her front feet, I think she's a very easy class winner. Follow her up with the young lady's stout off-belted gilt that just comes in a few more pieces from a balance perspective, but again, an interesting trio to discuss. Young lady's gilt that comes here in 3, I thought just kind of naturally sorted herself there because her balance and presence from the side is very good. Her range of motion and basics of build is good. Just ran out of gas in terms of being opened up and square comparatively. I like to see her have more spread up high, but that is a stout skull, dense skeletoned one. Young lady does a nice job getting that one shown. Speaking of highly presented, this young lady does a very good job. This one from the pattern and profile, I like a great deal. She's got a ton of spread up high. Thought this one did a little bit more of the east-west shuffle, got a little more rigid in the angle to her shoulder, wanted to close up more at the base of her chest. But if we just study them from the side, this one going back and forth, like a lot of things about that gilt. This one here in 5, as chocked full of muscle and product as any, and certainly can appreciate that about her. She's got a ton of shape and dimension up high. She needs to be stouter in terms of her bone work for matching what she goes up high. And if you want to study one going away that needs to be squared up, check this one out going away. We definitely need to square her up and make her more stable off of her rear leg. A gilt, again, that's maybe a little harder to get a read on because she's maybe not being the most cooperative out here. I thought she was a good-bodied gilt that was plenty good in terms of her balance. She doesn't want to just step and drive off of her rear leg as comfortably either. I didn't read her to be as fresh in terms of her back shape and having some genuine muscle. She's a frailer featured gilt as well. Gilts on down here in 7, 8, and 9 that I think have plenty of muscle, as I've described. I mean, we're not lacking for muscle in these market gilts. They've got a ton of spread and dimension. Just study them at the ground in terms of skeleton where we got to reassemble them from a balance perspective. Again, good class. Let's give these young folks a nice hand.
In Class 9 lightweight market gilts, our first purple shown by Jolie Divish from Saunders County. Second purple shown by Bryn Weber of Johnson County. Receiving blue in the class, Ryland Johnson of Kearney County. Jolie Clement of Lancaster County. Hudson Schroeder of Cumming County. Trent Stubendick of Odo County. Avery Reeson of Hamilton County. Wyatt Sockjen of Lincoln County. And Olivia Beal of Brown Rock, Kepahaw County. We're going to move over here to the south ring and do our drive for division champion of lightweight market gilt. From Class 7, first purple was Trampus Carr of Lincoln County. From Class 8, first purple was Laney Walgamuth of Phelps County. And in Class 9, first purple, Jolie Divish of Saunders County.
Well, I thought a good division out here, and as I mentioned, I thought some calls you had to make in some of those classes to get where you're comfortable from a skeleton and balance perspective, and I think we get these 3 class winners out here, and they're definitely consistent in my kind in terms of balance and skeletal quality. They've got plenty of muscle and product. I think they're compositionally right for their maturity, but from there is one that I think is unrivaled and honestly takes the cakewalk in this particular division. It's more of trying to figure out what we're going to land for reserve. Young lady on the far side is going to be your champion. As I mentioned, I thought it'd get tighter out here for reserve, and just to describe your class winners to you real quick, a young man out of this first class has one that's opened up through her chest. She's big up high. She's shorter and rounder in that hip. Maybe doesn't want to drive and plane as comfortably going away and gets a little plainer about that head, but a good type of market animal. Young man that drops in second out of that class. We talked about from her hip forward how big-chested she is, how stout-skulled she is. She's got a ton of crisp shape. Probably from a muscle standpoint, the best option we have left. You got to study where you're going to sit relative to her rear leg, and certainly I think that's something you got to consider. Then we got the young lady's blue gilt that comes out of the last class, and I like her from the side. I think she balances and is very good in terms of her presence. She's one out here that I think gets a little frailer in terms of her feature comparatively. We talked about her front feet and how we just need to stouten her up in her skull. So I do think it gets close, but as I start adding together the totals, the one that I think brings the next best quality, and keeping in mind these are market gilts, always side on the ones that have a little more chest floor, have a little bit more true product and shape, and still can get out and work with good range of motion, even though I want to reassemble how she does it. Young man that was second out of that middle class will be reserve.
Our champion lightweight market gilt, shown by Laney Walgamuth of Phelps County. Our reserve champion, shown by Diego Valesco of Odo County. Attention swine exhibitors. Due to the heat, State Fair has announced that they are going to allow swine to depart as soon as they're done showing. They are allowed to leave early as soon as they're done showing.
Well, real good class to fire up this second division, and I think these four are very high quality, and honestly, maybe as deep in terms of a top four as what we've had thus far today. And from there, I think you've got to make some calls because I like each one of these a little differently for what they bring to the table. And as I mentioned in a couple classes, even though I think this is a top four that's got a ton of quality, I'd like to take parts and pieces off of each one of them and maybe assemble one that I feel really, really good about. But the one that I'm going to use ultimately, not only does she work with the most range of motion, she's easily the most opened up to the base of her chest. She's bold-ribbed, she's stout-hipped, she's just got the most everywhere, and I still think balances and proportions very well. Young lady directly in front of me is going to win this class. Again, this one is presented to a T. She's stout in terms of her forearm and foot size. Her limbs are all going the right direction. Yeah, you might change her head and neck if you don't like that about her, and I'd be the first to admit that. But I just think in terms of a market animal that can have that kind of stoutness, that kind of range of motion and build, that's a very good place to start. Just as quickly followed up the young man directly in front of me, and I think this gilt accommodates those things that I talked about that I change in our class winner, because she is tall-shouldered, she's neat coming at you, she's good in her chest as well. I think she's got good spread and dimension up high. This one just does a little more of the east-west shuffle going away for me because she's shorter in the angle to her hip. She wants to invert and kind of push on that right and left rear to be a little bit more robotic back there. But again, I think in terms of her just freshness, having genuine product and openness, that's a very good gilt to land in two, excuse me. Young man that's coming here in three. This gilt from her hip forward I like a great deal. She's stout-skulled. She's opened up through her chest. She's broad up high. I thought comparatively this one wanted to get a little flatter and turn in on her front feet. And as we compare back going away, she wants to close up more and not have as much true dimension. And still, I'd like to square her up from a structure standpoint as well. But again, her stoutness, a feature, her ruggedness, a really good type of a gilt to land in three. This gilt here in four is as intriguing as any from the side because she's tall-shouldered, she's elegant about her head and neck, she parallels and balances very well. Unfortunately for me, young ladies, young man, as we compare them back, this one gets the frailest in terms of her bone work. I think she's the harshest in terms of her rib and center body. And if we talk about internal capacity and base width, I think she easily stands four. But again, a very well-presented animal. Nice job getting that one shown. I think still a high-quality animal to land four in this class. A gilt here that comes next that, again, may not be the prettiest to look at, but I think in terms of her basics and fundamentals, she's got big spread up high. She's got a big, stout skull. Again, we need to reassemble her in terms of her angles to her shoulder and knee. But again, I think this one has some muscle. A very well-presented animal that comes next that we've just got to change in terms of the front feet and change this one how it goes going away. But again, young man does a very good job getting this one presented from a skin and hair standpoint. As you can tell, just need to make this one a little more comfortable in terms of how they're built at the ground. Gilts in 7, 8, and 9 that honestly I like in terms of their skeletal build. I think they have some reach and range of motion. We just got to blow them open and give them a bit more true muscle and product to compete against some of these others today. Nice job of those kiddos. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
In Class 10 middleweight market gilts, our first purple shown by Kendall Godekin of Platte County. Second purple shown by Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. Receiving purples in the class, Coy Klug of Platte County. Brayson Miller of Merritt County. Receiving blues in the class, Jaylee Halstead of Cumming County. Colin Verbka of Polk County. Isaac Stuke of Saline County. Tristan Meeks of Arthur County. And Jocelyn Meeks of Arthur County.
Well, interesting pair here at the top end of this class, and I think they're both very high quality, and they bring something a little different to the table. I like both of them, and to be honest, this is one of those scenarios where you're on this side of the mic. You've got to make your call of what you're going to tolerate and what you're not. And certainly, I think, again, we've had to make some calls in classes. And like I said, you've got to make your choice of what you're going to do here, because both these gilts need to be corrected in an area too. But we also got to keep it positive and understand that both of these gilts are also very high quality. And so as I study them and break them down, just to describe them to you in no particular order, the young lady's gilt here is big rib. She's stout skulled. She's very opened up through the base of her chest. She's one that I do think is more correct in the angle to her foot and pastern strength. She needs to be longer hipped, and I think we could change her there, but I do think her range of motion works okay relative to where her hip structure is, but that's where we got to change her if we're going to make her just the easy class winner. Young man's gilt here that's in front of me is super broad and stout about her skull. She's opened up through her chest. She's got a big top in her. You got to make your call on where you're going to sit on those front feet, and those are very flat. They're long-toed. I need to change that about her, and then I step in behind her. She's got a little more fluid in her lower joints, but she's still square going away. So those are the two kind of areas that I see in both of these gilts that need to be improved. Ultimately, the longer I study them out here, the one that I just feel a little more comfortable with, even though she needs to be lengthened in her hip, young lady right here is going to win this class. Again, I think she's just better in terms of her foot and presence out here. She balances very well. And as we mentioned, I'd like to lengthen her there in her hip, but I still think she's got a little better cleanliness there in her lower joints. I think her foot structure is better. But again, that's a very good gilt that just needs to be changed in one area. And again, this young man's gilt here in second, I think this one has a lot of quality. She's broad in terms of her power up high. She's stout in terms of her skull. That's just too much in terms of her front feet for me today. If we could change her there, I think that pair becomes even more tight. But I described them to you. I like both those gilts. Nice job to do those young people. Young man that's going to come next, honestly, if you don't just buckle down here and actually study and break down pigs, you might slide her down because she's, as Charles Barkley would say, acting like a knucklehead. But this is actually a very good type of a gilt. She's got a ton of spread up high. She's square out of her hip. She balances in proportions very well. Comparatively, this one isn't as stout featured in terms of her bone. She isn't just as opened up coming right at you, but that's still a very good type of a market animal. Young man that's going to be next, if we could change this gilt in one area, I think we slide her up a spot or two because she's big ribbed. She's got a stout skull. As we step in behind her, she's just too far outside of herself relative to how she steps down off of her rear leg. We square her there. I think she pushes up in the spot or two in this class. Very well presented gilt by this young man coming next. She's tall-shouldered. She's elevated. She's a lot of what we've talked about in terms of presence from the side here today. She just runs out of gas in terms of internal dimension. She wants to close up more at the base of her chest and get flatter in her rib. She is one of her frailer options comparatively as well. But again, a very well presented gilt. Nice job to that young man. Hogs that come out next in 6 and 7 honestly have a ton of muscle. They're really good in terms of their upper rib cage and spread. And again, from a cutout value standpoint, I think will provide some things to the table. We just got to reassemble them from a balance standpoint. Young lady's blue gilt that's going to round out the class. Opposite ends of the spectrum, very well balanced, tall on her shoulder, good in terms of her presence. Just wants to close up more underneath and get frailer featured. Interesting class, particularly a top pair to discuss. Let's give all those kids a nice round of applause.
In Class 11, middleweight market gilts, our first purple shown by Carmen Molina of Platte County. Second purple by Blake Day of Buffalo County. Also receiving purple in the class, Eli Ritter of Cumming County. Receiving blues in the class, Samuel Veck of Saunders County. Gage Creech of Scottsbluff County. Owen Gregory of Dodge County. Trent Miller of Burt County. And Raya Lavick of Butler County.
Well, again, another really good class here, and honestly, a class that I think you got to kind of step back and pull some priorities and think about some things. But honestly, the one that wins just in terms of balance and quality and presence out here, young lady directly in front of me is going to win this class. She's not perfect. We can change her on her front feet and change how she goes away ever so slightly, but just from a balance standpoint, one that's being put together very well in terms of her presence and profile, still having a ton of muscle and being square through her chest. I think that's a very good place to start. I thought this pair was interesting. Obviously, I worked the blue gilt a little more in the initial drive, and I thought she was kind of on the bubble, so I went to send her to the scale, and I honestly wondered where her rear leg set was going to be relative to the black-headed gilt. And we get them back out here, and honestly, I think she is square there. I think she's actually more opened up in her chest, and so she's going to land second in this class. This one is more opened up there. She steps down on more substance of bone and foot, and I do think she is square going away. She's plainer in her head and neck. She's not as neat in terms of her skin and hair coat, but I just think in terms of a muscle and mass standpoint, that's a very good gilt. Young man just can never really get this one super comfortable out here, but I thought her freshness, her spread up high, her chest floor was very good, but this is a gilt that gets a little narrower in her skull. She wants to push more on the outside of her hoof wall. She gets a little weaker there in her top line, but comparatively, as we compare back to that blue gilt, I thought she needed to be squared up going away, but that's still a very good quality gilt from the side and presence standpoint. Young lady that's going to come next, I like this gilt from the side, probably as tall-shouldered and elevated and as intriguing from a balance standpoint as any. As we talk about market hogs, she just runs out of gas in terms of internal capacity and rib shape. We need to open her up coming and going and have a bit more true spread and dimension up high. Opposite story here. A young man's got one that definitely does that. She's broad and open in the base of her chest. I just need to change how this one goes off of her rear leg and reassemble her through her hip. I drop out a pair of gilts here that I like in terms of their balance out here that have some muscle. Just need to reassemble them in terms of how they're built from the ground up. Two kind of lighter colored gilts that we round out the class that, again, aren't lacking in terms of just body and muscle. We just need to reassemble them from a balance and skeletal quality standpoint. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause. Good class in this particular division.
In Class 12 middleweight market gilts, our first purple shown by Kaylee Ruth of Butler County. Second purple by Kaylee Gregory of Dodge County. Also receiving purple, Jagger Phillips from Seward County. Receiving blues in the class, Avery Reeson of Hamilton County. Brody Lane of Douglas-Sarpy County. Addison Kaup of Cumming County. Avery Kaup of Cumming County. Carson Lane of Douglas-Sarpy County. And Sutton Hartwell of Burke County. In our middleweight division drive, we have from Class 10, Kendall Godekin from Platte County. From Class 11, Carmen Molina of Platte County. And from Class 12, Kaylee Ruth from Butler County.
Took a little extra time here, and honestly, I mean, when you get into a division drive at your state fair, you need to be proud of yourself. And again, I think the quality has been very good thus far in the Market Hog Show, and particularly as we gotten into these market gilts. And I'm not telling you these three are perfect by any means. There's not things that I would change in each one of them, because I do think they each bring something a little different to the table. Just to describe them to you real quick, a young lady first class has got an absolute stouty in terms of her skull shape. She's big up high. She works with a good type of range of motion. I think when we get her out here, she gets a little plainer up front. I'd like to change her in her front feet set ever so slightly and strengthen her there in her top line as we compare her back to a couple. But that one is good in terms of her just basic stoutness. She's opened up a nice type of a gilt there. We got our Class 2 winner that we talked about from her hip forward. She's big chested. She's big in her skull. We need to reassemble her there in terms of her hip and rear leg. But again, I thought she came out of that class and fit into the mix very well. Then we've got our last class winner, and from the side, I think is unrivaled from a balance and presence standpoint. She works with good range of motion. I want to change her on her front feet ever so slightly as well. But as we talk about genuine range of motion and balance and presence and still being square, I think that one brings a lot to the table. And as I think about putting together a group that I want to see at the end of the drive, I think that one puts a few more pieces for me together. She's going to be your champion. We drop in that second place gilt out of that class, and we talked about how massive and opened up she is in her chest. This is one that I like in terms of just her broadness and power up high. I really thought it did come down to a pair of them, and if we could just strengthen this one in her top line ever so slightly and extend her ahead of her blade, I think she really rivals our division winner, but it'd be a shame to not leave this stouty in there. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
In our middleweight division, our champion is shown by Kaylee Ruth of Butler County. Our reserve champion shown by Kendall Godekin of Platte County.
Well, an interesting class and an interesting trio to lead off this class. But from there, there is one that is just the most genuine in terms of her base width, her spread up high. I think she's more correct in terms of her condition and her degree of composition. She's genuinely the stoutest. And again, I'm not saying she's perfect, but she is the most genuine in that regards. That's the young lady's belted gilt here directly in front of me. She's going to win this class. Easily, if you study her coming at you, this is the biggest, boldest chested one. She's big and bulky up high. She has as much spread and dimension and true power as any. Again, she maybe gets underneath herself as you study her from the side, but I think compared to another, she's just so much more genuine in terms of her composition, her squareness, her stoutness. A very good place to start. Just as quickly followed up with the mousy blue gilt here next, and this one profiles and patterns very well. I appreciate that about her. She's one that does have a ton of muscle up high. As I compared her back to our class winner, I didn't read her to be a stout featured and genuine at the ground. She's got a little more condition on her, and then as she comes at you, she wants to close up more at the base of her chest, have a little more under there in her jowl and her head carriage. We could change those things about her. I certainly think she rivals our class winner. Front 2/3 this young lady's gilt here next, I like a great deal. She's stout mugged. She's opened up in terms of her chest floor. She's bold in terms of her rib cage. As we step in behind them, she wants to do a little more of the east-west shuffle and push on her right rear. If we could square her up there and then keep her freshness and stoutness to feature in check, certainly think she can really rival the top end of this class. I want to give kudos to that young lady for showing her and hanging in there tight as we work through that drive. Young man's got a gilt that's nice from the side. She's tall profile and patterned. Just runs out of gas in terms of rib and body. Just need to stouten her up. Young man's blue gilt that comes next is practical in terms of her skeleton. Just needs to be stouter featured and be bolder in terms of her muscle up high. Round out the class with a pair of gilts that I think have muscle. They have plenty of stoutness, a feature. We just need to bust them open and give them a bit more true power, level them out in their hips in a few areas. But again, good class. Nice job, these young folks.
In Class 13, heavyweight market gilts, our first purple shown by Allie Ritter of Cumming County. Second purple by Ava Carnop of Burke County. Receiving purple in the class, Ela Raber of Cass County. Receiving blues in the class, Landon Johnson of Kearney County. Hunter Creech of Scottsbluff County. Larissa Vaughn of Antelope County. And Riker Olson of Webster County.
Well, an interesting class here, and honestly, I don't know if there's one to just saddle up on and say this is the one you got to use, because I think these gilts all have things we got to change about them, and honestly, they all have, for the most part, plenty of muscle, and so there's things I need to change in each one of these fundamentally from a structural standpoint. So to be honest, as I step back off of them, I'm going to put a little emphasis in stoutness of feature, genuine base width, and still offering some balance and presence, because as I mentioned, I do think there's things structurally we've got to change in each one of these. But the longer they're out here, and again, as you kind of set the stage from that regard, there is one that I do think is the stoutest in terms of her genuine feature. She balances very well in proportions, and with the exception that I really want to change her off of her rear leg, and then I start comparing her back and say, well, I kind of want to change them all in that regard. There is one that needs to start, in my opinion. It's the young lady's white gilt here directly in front of me. Again, she balances in proportions very well from the side. She is the stoutest featured option that we have out here that still balances and blends. She pushes too far on her right rear, and I'll be the first to admit that, but the one we're going to talk in second also does that, and there's just simply more hog there. Young man here with the belted gilt over here is going to be second, and her spread and dimension up high is very impressive. She's tall-shouldered. She's balanced from the side. This one gets rounder in her hip. She wants to push on the outside of her hoof wall as well, and as we compare her back, she's frailer in terms of her forearm and feature. She's not as stout in terms of her rear bone. We need to change her in that regard as well, but again, I think balance from her hip forward keeps her at the top end of this class. Young man here in the blue shirt's going to be third, and I like this one's upper rib cage and muscle. She's stout-skulled. This is one that just needs to blend neater in her top line. She wants to get weak there in her ham-loin junction. She gets shorter in her hip. She doesn't want to step quite as true as well. I just thought she did have a little bit more true product and muscle in her than the young lady's gilt here in 4. I like the gilt in 4 from the side. I think she balances in proportions very well. This is one that's just got a little more on her in terms of a condition standpoint. I think if we melt that off of her and still study her foot and bone work and maturity, we're going to wonder how much genuine hog is there. And so if we can stouten her up and do that, I certainly think she can slide a spot or two. Hog that comes out in 5 here, certainly I think balances from the side. Wasn't lacking in that regard. I thought one we just again needed to reassemble from a skeletal standpoint. As we go down 6, 7, 8 here, definitely hogs that have plenty of muscle and base width. We just need to reassemble them from a structural standpoint, make them stouter featured in an area or two. Again, good class. Let's give these young folks a nice hand.
In Class 14 heavyweight market gilts, our first purple shown by Macy Misek of Saunders County. Second purple shown by Kyson Bowes of Harlan County. Also receiving purple, Jasper Ritter of Cumming County and Ella Pratt of Cass County. Receiving blue in the class, Natalie DeWispelaire of Butler County, Colin Verbka of Polk County, Chisholm Goodrich of Greeley County, and Ian Schiller of Cumming County. After the conclusion of Class 15 heavyweight market gilts, we will be doing the selection of the heavyweight division champion in the South Show Ring, followed immediately by the selection of the champion overall market gilt. So if you have a division champion from the lightweight or middleweight division, keep that in mind as you move towards the South Show Ring after the division champion is selected. After we select the overall market gilt champion, we're going to take a short break between the gilt show and the barrow show. We'll take just about a 10-minute break. We'll announce that again when we get there, but just so you know, that will be a short break between the gilt show and the barrow show.
will definitely turn the heat up in this particular class and in this particular division compared to maybe the class we just came off of. And honestly, we had some drop out kind of from the jump that I was like, man, I wish we kind of had them in our last class that maybe end up in 4, 5, and 6. But I think this group of gilts out here is very good, and I like all 4 of these in a couple different regards and ways. And certainly, I think if you're ringside, you probably have a favorite depending on where you're going to set your priorities and your type and kind, and ultimately where you want to land. But it really comes down to a pair of them for me, and it's this wide belted gilt here directly in front of me and the blue gilt over there. And I think just from a muscle and composition and balance and still having some stoutness, a feature, I like both these gilts a great deal. But then as we study them and break them down a little more fundamentally, there is one that comes at you broader and better through her chest. I think she's longer in her hip and uses her lower joints a bit more correctly. And again, I still think there's just more openness in terms of her upper and lower rib cage. That's the young lady's belted gilt here directly in front of me. She's going to win this class. Ultimately, if you want to know why she beats the one in the blue, see her coming out of the ring going right at you. She's one that's square and true going away. She steps down a more genuine substance of bone and foot in terms of her foot and rear leg size. She still has plenty of spread up high. Is she just quite as neat looking from the side? She's probably not, but I still think her parts and pieces all balance and proportion very well. Really like just the raw muscle and shape in this blue gilt in second, and I think does that very well. She balances and proportions extremely well from the side. Where I get critical of this one is she comes right at me. She's good in her upper chest. She wants to close up a little bit more in her knee, maybe doesn't want to step down as true on her front foot, and as she goes away, I think she does a little bit of a rotating motion relative to her hip, her lower joint, and hock placement. That's getting very nitpicky on one that I still think balances and proportions very well, brings a lot to the table. If we're in a breeding gilt scenario here, I really like the young man's gilt here in third because she's so good built. She's very good in terms of her presence from the side. She's big-ribbed. Comparatively, in a market gilt setting, I think she runs out of gas just in terms of genuine base width and foot and stoutness of feature. We change those things about her. I think we slide her up a spot or two. Young lady with this kind of mass gilt. From the outside, you may be thinking, well, I wish she'd just go a little faster, and I do too, but study her in terms of her basics. This is a big forearm, big stout hipped one with a big old tail root, one that I think is chucked full of muscle and dimension. Comparatively, she wants to get a little lower fronted, and I thought of the initial trio, gets just a little plainer up high. If we could give her a little bit more true spread and dimension, we can probably slide her up a spot or two as well. Gilt that comes next is one that's really intriguing from the side. She's one that it is crisp up high. Thought this one just got a little too vertical as she goes away. Doesn't want to utilize her hip and rear leg, and then comparatively, I thought she read to be a little flatter and more compact in her forerib and into her chest. A gilt that comes next that is super stout in terms of her bone work and her skull size, just wants to hinge out of her rear leg a little different, needs to be better in terms of her chest floor. A good bodied one that comes next that I just thought read to be plain in terms of her muscle shape. Then we round out the class with one that's got a ton of muscle up high, just need to make her better in terms of her basic build. Good class. Let's give those young folks a nice hand.
In Class 15 heavyweight market gilts, our first purple is shown by Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Second purple shown by Cooper Lovett of Gage County. Also receiving purples, Trevin Maloshek of Saunders County and Mara Reinsch of Fillmore County. Receiving blue in the class, Cade Godekin of Platte County. Bristol Woolsey of Seward County. Porter Wolgemuth of Phelps County. And Emmett Ritter of Cumming County.
Well, we get into this last division and you get into the heavies, and I was having a conversation a couple of weeks ago that I think in our industry, just because of the maturity of some of these hogs, it used to be a foregone conclusion you'd get into the heavies and you'd definitely be in the hunt for overall. And I think anymore, maybe younger and fresher is maybe a little bit to your advantage, but I think these three that come out of their individual classes certainly fit into the mix. And again, we had to deal with some landmines in some of those classes of ultimately where you're going to land. But we get these three class winners out here, and in my opinion, it's really no contest in terms of one that's opened up and square and true. She's extremely well balanced. She's easily the best structured, puts together the best pieces. Young lady out of that last class will be your champion. Bringing that second out of that class, and definitely fits into the mix. Just to describe the rest of them to you, a young lady out of the first class has got one that's super stout boned and skulled, just wants to get a little more underneath of herself and maybe doesn't blend up in the top of her ham-loin junction. Young lady with the white gilt has one that's super opened up, coming and going, needs to be better off of her rear leg. And then we have the blue gilt that drops in second out of that last class. We talked about how she could be a little better in her chest, utilize her lower joints so they're a little better ever so slightly. I still think that's the next best one. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Our heavyweight market gilt division, our champion goes to Morgan Clement of Saunders County, and reserve champion to Cooper Lovett of Gage County. As we get prepared for our championship gilt drive, just note that we're going to take a 10-minute break between the gilt show and the barrow show. Our lightweight division champion was Laney Wolgamuth from Phelps County. Reserve champion Diego Valesco from Odo County. Our middleweight division champion was Kaylee Ruth from Butler County. Reserve champion Kendall Godekin from Platte County. And our heavyweight gilt champion was Morgan Clement of Saunders County and Cooper Lovett of Gage County getting reserve.
Let's give these young folks out here in the ring and everybody that showed a or a dark cross gilt, or, I'm trying to say market gilts out here, a nice round of applause. I think this is a great trio, and honestly, going through some of those classes, I was like, I don't know where we're going to land on some of these, just in terms of the parts and pieces you had to put together, but I think these three fit the mold very well of what I've been trying to do all day. They offer a great deal of quality. And again, I think, ultimately I've got to make a decision and have conviction with that and think about how these hogs will stack up at the end of the day. And honestly, I think any one of these three would be very representative of what we want to try to do here later in the day. And so I just want to describe them to you as I see them, and then ultimately where we're going to potentially land. But in no particular order, the Division I winner in front of us, that's a broad, stout-skulled one that's got a big old top in her. She's very fresh relative to where she's at maturity-wise. Comparatively out here, I think she gets a little shorter and rounder hipped, and I don't think her bone quite matches, her rear bone matches what she's got up front, but that's getting very nitpicky on one that I think has a ton of upside and still a very good animal out here in this particular drive. That middle division is very intriguing from the side. She's tall-shouldered. She's extended ahead of her blade. She's super parallel in her lines. As we study and compare her back, she's one that I do want to fix on her front feet, and as she goes away, I think her right rear could be a little square ever so slightly, but that's still one that's very intriguing, very fresh, offers a really good type of a look in terms of a balance and presence standpoint. And then we've got our last class or last division winner, and I think this one brings a lot to the table. She's super stout in terms of her foot and feature. She's bold up high. She's big in terms of her rib cage. I think she's square coming and going. She isn't the neatest in terms of her head and neck, and she's not just totally crisp up high, but I do think she is fresh in terms of her maturity and weight. She's one that is square coming and going, and again, I think in terms of her basic angles and foot size, she brings a lot to the table. And so again, I like this trio a great deal. I've always been somebody that as I come together and put together class winners, put together division winners, I ultimately lands on the ones that I don't need to make excuses for and sacrifices for. And ultimately, hey, if you like a different one out here or you liked a different one in class, that's okay. I'm just one person with one man's opinion today. Ultimately, the one that I like in terms of squareness, stoutness of feature, basis of build, still having the right type of skeletal base and balancing very well, your D3 is going to be your champion. Congratulations. We drop in that reserve D3 gilt, and she definitely fits into the mix. She's one that I like in terms of her spread and dimension up high. She's one that has a tremendous amount of look. Again, we talked about needing to go a little better from behind and being better in the basis of her chest. There's another one out here just in terms of balance, in terms of presence out here that fits my mold very well. I talked about where I'd change her an area or two, but she's the one I feel next most comfortable taking with me. This one here will be reserve.
Our overall market gilt champion, shown by Morgan Clement of Saunders County, and our overall reserve market gilt champion is shown by Kaylee Ruth of Butler County. We are going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene right at 11 o'clock. So we're going to take that short break and start our barrow show at 11 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and get this barrow show started. Welcome to the 2024 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Market Barrow Show. Our judge today is Clay Zwilling from West Lafayette, Indiana. Clay currently serves as the CEO of the National Swine Registry. He lives in West Lafayette with his wife Deanna and his two daughters, Allie and Emma. Clay grew up on a purebred swine and cattle operation in Western Illinois and has attended Lakeland College, Oklahoma State University, and Texas A&M University. He has previously judged in 20 states, including 10 state fairs and the Houston Barrow Show. We wouldn't be able to be here without our sponsors. Some of our sponsors include Farm Credit Services of America, Nebraska Elite Beef, Aurora Cooperative, Pinnacle Bank, the Parks Companies, Nebraska Pork, Central Plains Milling, Nebraska Department of Agriculture, Bill's Volume Sales, Linder Show Feeds, Performance Plus, and Frontier Cooperative. We have a lot of volunteers that are here to help us, and many of them are in the show ring and back here around the announcer's table. Just want to name some of them here. Our superintendent is Rhonda Herrick from Franklin and Kearney County. Our assistant superintendent, Michaela Blender from Harlan and Furnace County. Lauren Bergner, Tessa Reese, Sandra Swanson,
Well, as I mentioned here in our underweight gilt show, I think it's good to highlight these young folks that maybe not get the opportunity to compete in the rest of the show here today, but two quality representatives out here, and again, two great young people. A young man with the crossbred here is going to win this class, one that's just stout and got a ton of muscle. Young man here with the Poland Pyrenean barrow has got one that's got a ton of extension and length, fast growth curve, just needs a little more muscle and stoutness to feature, but good pair. Let's give these two young men a nice hand.
In Class 16, we had two blues, to Trent Stubendick, Odo County, and Devin Does in Hamilton County.
Well, a good way to start off our barrow show, and I certainly think just comes together fairly logically as we study these top to bottom. And honestly, the wide-belted barrow is the logical place to start. A young man here in the middle of the ring is going to win this class. Easily the most opened up and square at the base of his chest. He gives you a great look from the side. I think he works with a great range of motion. Yeah, he could have a little more muscle in the lower seat of his pants, but honestly, this trio of barrows has got some other things you got to sort through. I think that's a really good place to start. Young lady's barrow from the side over here is as intriguing as any, and he's going to be second. Parallel in terms of his lines. He patterns extremely good from the side. He's denser than the one that's going to land in third, and I actually think it's a little better in terms of just his reach and rear leg set. He needs to be more opened up underneath, and I'll be the first to admit that, coming and going. But again, I think just his basic build, his muscle up high, his pattern, that's a very good place to go and land in second. Young man's barrow that's going to be third. Again, he's big skulled, he's big up high. Appreciate those things about him. He is bolder in his chest than the one that's going to go ahead and land in second. Step in behind this guy, and we just got to give him more in the seat of his pants. We got to square him up going away and make him stouter featured in terms of his bone work. Young lady's barrow here in four. The front two-thirds of this barrow is class-winning material because he's stout skulled, he's big and open in his chest. He has an absolutely huge, massive top. Back third of his body, we've got to improve. See him going away. He's just far too outside of himself. We need to change his rear foot and pastern. We square him up and tone him down a little bit. I think he really pushes the top end of this class. Good practical type of a barrow that comes next, and I like that about him from the side. He just runs out of gas from a muscle standpoint. We need to open him up at the base of his chest, give him a more true dimension up high. But again, one that just in terms of basic build and practicality, we like a great deal. Hogs in 6, 7, and 8 that honestly aren't lacking for muscle. They've got dimension and power and product up high. We just got to change the fact that they need to be built on a little better type of skeletal base, give them a little bit more internal capacity. Good class. Let's give these young folks a nice hand.
In Class 17, lightweight market barrow, our first purple shown by Regan Crackey of Gage County. Second purple by Amelia Heller of Cumming County. Also receiving purple, Caden Kowalski of Sherman County. Receiving blue in the class, Cale Foster of Douglas Sarpy County. Bristol Woolsey of Seward County. Marissa Yanda of Howard County. Molly Weber of Johnson County. And Dakota Velick of Knox County. We have a cell phone turned in here at the announcer's table, so if you reach in your pocket and notice you don't have yours, stop by the announcer's table and see if you're missing your cell phone. It was found in the bathroom over here on the north side.
Well, an interesting class here, and I don't think this class maybe comes together as logically as maybe our last one, just because I do think these four offer quality, but there's some give and take in terms of muscle and stoutness of feature, and then skeletal quality and balance. And honestly, there's things I want to change in each one of these, and honestly, there's some things you just got to make some calls on. Ultimately, the one I'm going to land on, even though, again, just from a comfort standpoint, I need to change him, I still think he's very opened up, he's fresh, he's big-topped, he's big-hipped, and I actually think his lower angles are more correct than another one. Young man here directly in front of me is going to win this class. This bear is opened up through his chest. He's big up high. He's fresh and good in his dimension. He's one that I really appreciate from that regard. He needs to be longer in his hip and go a little better going away. But again, I think this is a really good type of a pig to win this class. Young lady on the far side with the black bear is going to be next. And I like the front two-thirds of him quite a bit. He's tall-shouldered. He's elevated. He's opened up in his chest. Ultimately, he's just not comfortable enough out here. And part of it's because he's got some swelling in his left rear hock and his lower joints. He doesn't want to just drive and plant and be as comfortable out here. But just from a basic build, power, stoutness of feature, he's got to stay towards the top end of that class. We changed that one area right there about him in his rear hock. I think we can slide him up a spot. Then we've got a pair out here that honestly I like in terms of their reach and range of motion. They just don't have enough muscle going away, and we got to change those about him and give him a bit more true shape. Young lady over here is going to be next, and I like this pig from the side. He's one that balances and proportions very well. You step in behind him, he just does too much of a disappearing act. There's no genuine muscle from the top side of his hip to his lower stifle. He gets plainer in his head, and when we get into this weight, we've got to have more muscle in that than that one. Young man's got one that's opened up here at the base of his chest. He does have some spread up high. I just didn't think this one balanced as well as we study him off both ends of his skeleton. Wants to get a little more awkward as we study him off of his rear leg. But again, I think this one does have some fresh shape down the top side of his skeleton. Young man that's going to come next has got one that I like in terms of his base width. Just didn't think he quite balanced as well, particularly out of his hip and rear leg compared to the others that stand above him. Calico pig that rolls next we like in terms of having some genuine base width. Just thought this one needed to go better off of his rear leg. Study his rear toes, particularly on the inside. Needs to go and drive and plant a bit better there. Young man's got one that actually is good in terms of his skeletal base comparatively. He's just too jammed up front in terms of his head placement. We need to change him in that regard and make him stouter boned. Hogs on down the line that, again, have plenty of muscle. We just got to reassemble them from a skeletal standpoint. Good class. Let's give these young folks a nice hand.
In Class 18, lightweight market barrows, our first purple shown by Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. Second purple by Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne County. Also receiving purples in the class, Kendall Godekin of Platte County and Mason Yonda of Howard County. Receiving blues, Hunter Creech of Scotts Bluff County, Carson Miller of Burke County, Jagger Phillips of Seward County, Cannon Molina of Platte County, Ty Valdez of Custer County, Madden Harms of Thayer County, Layden Heinrichs of Thayer County, Savannah Dahlman of Franklin County, and Cody Prosowski of Douglas-Sarpy County.
Well, another interesting class here, and honestly, again, some calls you've got to make, and again, maybe just not the one to gravitate towards, but honestly, the two young men to this side, I think, surface handedly, and then from there, there's just one that's got more hog. He's more opened up in his chest. He's got more spread up high. He's stouter in terms of his bone work. That's the young man's blue bear here directly in front of me. He's going to win this class. More opened up in his chest, as I mentioned. He's wider coming at the ground. He's got a big, stout mug in him. He's one that's got a lot of spread and dimension up high. I want to square him up off his right rear, and that's where I change him, but I still think he works with good range of motion. In this particular class, I think that's the place you got to start. Young man over here, I like his barrow a great deal from the side. He's neat and elevated at the point of his shoulder. He's parallel in his lines, coming and going. This one wants to be more flat and concave at the base of his chest. He wants to more close up, more going away. I want to change him in that regard, but again, as we profile and pattern and keep build in mind, I think that one works to the top end of this class. Young man here is going to be next, and I like the front two-thirds of this barrow a great deal. He's opened up through his chest. He's got a big square rib and loin edge in him. Gets round out of his hip. Doesn't want to be quite as mobile going away, but certainly I think front two-thirds of this one's body is one that we got to commend and get towards the top end of the class. Black barrow that comes next is neat from the side. He steps down on some bone and foot. You can see going away. He does a little more of a disappearing act. Needs more muscle and shape, particularly there. I'd like to make him a little fresher about his head. Young lady with the bear that's coming in 5. Certainly a highly presented pig in terms of skin and hair. One that you do appreciate for his crisp muscle up high. Just doesn't want to go and function as well off of his right rear. He's one that closes up more and gets a little narrower skulled comparatively. Again, even though she was fighting him, I still thought had some quality there at the top end of the class. Still needed to get up there. Hogs, honestly, 6, 7, 8, 9 on down that I think do have some balance and presence out here. We just have to change them in terms of giving them more muscle and depth and fundamental things we need in market hogs. Hogs on down the line that we just got to reassemble from a skeletal standpoint. Let's give these young folks a nice hand, an interesting class to sort through. Nice job as they work through the rest of this class.
In Class 19, lightweight market barrows, our first purple shown by Andrew Beck from Saunders County. Second purple by Quinn Reeson from Hamilton County. Also receiving purples, Carson Haas of Box Butte County and Colin Verbka of Polk County. In the class receiving blues, Garrett Bates of Odo County, Trevin Stuke of Saline County, Caleb Hackbart of Saline County, Ryland Johnson of Kearney County, Caden Super of Platte County, Nolan Platt of Cass County, Kaylee Minnick of Webster County, Mackenzie Brennan of Kearney County, and Grace Beamer of Odo County.
I do think a class that comes together a little more logically compared to maybe the last couple we've had. And from there, there is one that just from balance, presence, just having a ton of genuine base width and muscle and still being chucked full of dimension up high. Young man's blue barrow here is going to win this class. And, you know, I'm not saying he's the most perfect one structurally. And, again, we've got to change things in each one of these. But for him to be that fresh and still balance and reach and range of motion and still get out and go out here is very impressive. And certainly think that one balances and has a great deal of quality. We need to give him a little bit more bone work underneath as well. But I think that's just a good place to start. Young man on the far side here is going to be next. And I think if the front 2/3 of this one is very good. He's really intriguing in terms of his head and neck carriage. He's opened up at the base of his chest. He's got some genuine spread up high. Get in behind him. He wants to push more on the outside of his hoof wall. He needs to be squared up and have a little more just genuine muscle in the lower seat of his pants. Pig that comes next I do like in terms of his stoutness of feature and bone. Maybe the most rugged in terms of his forearm and foot size of the initial trio. He comes at me. We need to change him through his chest, fix him in his front feet. He's a heavier sheath bearer that still needs a little more muscle going away. Young lady that comes next, a pig that I just thought kind of logically fell into 4 because he's big up high. He has some balance and proportionality. He needs to be better off of his right rear. He's a little bit more of a dish face bearer. If we can extend him there, make him reach and go a little bit better off of his right rear toe and rear leg, I think we can push him up a spot or two. But he still has more muscle than the 1 in 6. And the 1 in 6, I dig from the side. He's tall and elevated. He's got great presence. Relative to his frame size and maturity, we need to make him more opened up, give him more genuine muscle up high and particularly going away. But again, from a balance and pattern and profile, very nice type of a bear in that regard. Hog that comes next is just a good practical one in terms of muscle and shape. Just thought he didn't get quite as comfortable out of his hip and rear leg and really wanted to close up at the base of his chest. As we work through 8, 9, and 10 on down the line, honestly, hogs that have plenty of muscle, actually some that have muscle plus, we've just got to reassemble them from a skeletal standpoint and make their build a bit better, particularly through their chest and rear leg. But again, good class. Let's give these young folks a nice hand.
In Class 20 lightweight market barrows, our first purple shown by Landon Schaefer of Seward County. Second purple by Trey Cook of Kimball Banner County. Also receiving purple, Anthony Haas of Box Butte County. Blue is received by Raya Lavik in Butler County. Isaac Stuke of Saline County. Terrence Sudik of Saunders County. Landon Johnson, Kearney County. Layden Heinrichs, Thayer County. Joe Lambert, Dawes County. Kylie Hackbart, Saline County. Avery Kaup, Cumming County. And Jaylee Halstead of Cumming County. In the ring, we have Class 21 lightweight market barrows. After Class 21, we will do the championship drive for lightweight market barrows. And we're going to do that in the north ring.
Well, I do think a class that does come together a little more logically here, and honestly, at the top end, really no question of where we were going to start. Young man's Barrow here to the far side is going to win. He's as stout-skulled and opened up as any. He drives and plants with as much comfort and flex and authority as any out here. You know, as an individual, you'd like to lengthen him in his hip and give him a little more muscle going away, but I think that's a very good place to start. Gets really interesting the rest of the way here as you line these up because, again, depending on where you sit on some things and where you want to go, certainly could see you go in a couple different directions. The longer they're out here, even though unfortunately it looks like he's been in a war zone, this blue pig surfaces and comes next because his skeleton, his build, his genuine balance is very good. And as you see him come at you, he's good in his chest. He proportions very well. Again, if this is one that is a little neater in terms of his skin tone, I think you're probably a little more impressed with him. He does need to be stouter relative to our class winner. We just got to make this one a little bit more stout featured relative to where he goes. Young lady here is going to be third, and honestly, front 2/3 of this one, class-winning caliber. Big and open in his chest, good and stout in his feature. Obviously, as the drive wears on, his hip and rear leg are causing him to not be as comfortable out here, not want to drive and plant. We change him there. He's definitely back at the top end and contending against our class winner. Young lady's black bear is just a good practical one. He's soft-centered. He's easy feeding. He blends and parallels better from the side than a couple of these. He comes at you, and he needs to be better in his chest, and that's why he lands in 4. The young lady did a nice job hiding that from me for a while, but again, I still think that's a good type of a pig. Young lady, front 2/3 of this one, I like a lot. He's big and open in his skull. He's got a ton of spread up high. His hip and rear leg needs to be better going away, and as we compared him back to others that stood above him, just didn't think he read with enough muscle. Hog that comes next, we like in terms of just his freshness and body type. I needed to see more crisp shape up high. I thought he was a narrow skulled one that was frailer in terms of his jaw. His basic build and balance is what keeps him towards the top end of this class. Hogs on down the line here that, as we saw, just started to struggle a little bit from a comfort standpoint. We're definitely not lacking any power and mass and product up high. Just need to make them more practical in terms of their skeleton. Nice job of these young folks. Good first division.
In Class 21 lightweight market barrows, our first purple shown by Jack Jacobs of Hall County. Second purple shown by Coy Klug of Platte County. Also receiving purples, Ava Carnop of Burt County. Brooklyn Creech of Scottsbluff County. Brooke Lukenhaus of Saunders County. Receiving blues, Samuel Sockjen of Lincoln County. Claire Scheidler from Adams County. Jason Avery from Knox County, Wyatt Moat from Gage County, Perry Kowalski from Sherman County, and Braden Schaefersman from Dodge County. In our lightweight barrows division drive from Class 17, we have Regan Crackey. From Class 18, we have Brecken Hirschfeld. From Class 19, we have Andrew Beck. From Class 20, we have Landon Schaefer. And from Class 21, we have Jack Jacobs.
Let's give our exhibitors here in this first division a nice round of applause. You know, we had some struggles in some of those classes to kind of get where we needed to be, but we get those class winners out here, and I think they represent the quality that we were seeking as we were trying to navigate some of those classes. And then from there, honestly, you've got to make some calls relative to stoutness of feature and structure, and there's things that honestly I want to change in each one of these. But it does for me ultimately as we get them out here, and we'll drop in a second to see where they fit. It really does come down to a pair of them for me. And from there, the one we're going to use ultimately just has more just genuine muscle going away. He's wider and squarer and truer. And again, I know we need to change both these hogs out of their hip. I just think for his maturity, his freshness where he's at, he's got more muscle, he's got more genuine width, and actually a little more length of hip. Young man out of that first class will be your champion. We drop in that second. She definitely fits into the mix in terms of her profile and pattern. Probably runs out of gas just in terms of genuine base width and power out here, but fits into the mix from a balance and structural integrity standpoint. The barrow that I feel next best follows, I love the front 2/3 of his body. I just thought compared to our division winner, got a little shorter and rounder hipped. I'd like to see him go a little better off of his rear leg, and ultimately it was a muscle difference, but you can't deny his genuine chest width, his still good reach of range of motion, still balance and proportionality. Young man right here will be reserved.
Our lightweight market barrow champion, shown by Regan Crackey of Gage County. Our reserve champion in lightweight barrow division, shown by Jack Jacobs of Hall County.
good top end in this class, and certainly some calls you've got to make. But I do think the quality is very good, and obviously, as we've talked in some of these barrow classes, I like them as good built and balanced as any, but they still got to have muscle, and we can't be sacrificing that as we get them out here. But there is one that hit me from the jump in terms of just genuine base width and stoutness of feature. He has the most spread up high, and even though he's maybe not the most perfect off his rear leg, I want to change each of these in that regard, and I still think he handles it and motors it very well. He's a square type of a barrow. Young man here with the blue one's going to go ahead and have your class winner. Easily the most opened up. He's got the biggest spread and dimension up high. He's truly impressive going away, and that one's got a big old square hip in him. He's stout. As we talked, I'd like to have him work with just a bit more range of motion, but still just from a mass and power dimension standpoint, he's the one that's got to go ahead and win this class. Young man over here with kind of the longer hairy-tailed one will be next, and this one pattern's really neat from the profile. He's one that's tall-shouldered and has a ton of muscle. Going away, we need to square him up as well. I just didn't think he was as opened up coming right at you, but where he gets the advantage over the one that's going to land third is I do think he is better in his chest. He has more genuine muscle up high and through his hip, and I actually think he has more genuine base width compared to the one that's going to be three. Young man in the middle of the ring is going to be three, and I love this one from the side. He's got good reach and range of motion. He's tall-shouldered. He's extended ahead of his blade. For me, it says he's coming and going. We just got to give him more genuine base width. We got to give him more muscle and dimension up high, and certainly give him a little more shape going away. But I do like that barrow in terms of his presence out here. Just got to give him more muscle. Opposite ends of the spectrum with this young man here in four. This barrow got pulled or got weighed because he's certainly super stout. He's big in his forearm. He's got a ton of muscle up high. He just needs to blend and balance better, particularly as we assemble him from the front end of his head to the top side of his blade. I thought he had good muscle shape up high. Need to square him up going away as well, but that's an intriguing barrow in terms of what he brings to the table from a stoutness perspective. Young man coming next just has got a soft, easy feeding kind of a pig that just needs to go better and be a little stouter featured comparatively, but I still thought offered a little more freshness compared to the young lady's barrow that comes next. Really like this one's chest floor. He's big and open at the top side of his skeleton. As he goes away, we got to square him up as well and make him more comfortable. Hogs on down the line that honestly, as we've talked, have plenty of muscle. We just got to make them more comfortable out here as the drive wears on. Change them a little bit in terms of where they sit in their fat pockets and their rear flanks, some of those type of issues. But again, good class. Let's give these young folks a nice hand.
In Class 22 middleweight market barrows, our first purple is shown by Blake Day from Buffalo County. Second purple shown by Briggs Klug of Platte County. Also receiving purple, Garrett Ruth of Butler County and Cole Booth of Washington County. Receiving blues in the class, Sam Siegfried of Red Willow County, Addison Kaup of Cumming County, Olivia Vanderford of Lancaster County, Gemma Clement of Saunders County, Bo Wells of Valley County, Trey Cook of Kimball Banner County, and Bree Wells of Valley County.
Well, an interesting class, and honestly, a top end of a class that's very good. And honestly, I think you've got some calls you've got to make. But there is one out here just in terms of reach and range of motion, balance and presence, genuine chest width, basic build that suits me very well. And I'll be the first to admit, don't quite love his head, but boy, I think the rest of him's very good. Young man right here in front of me is going to win this class. He is tall-shouldered. He's truly genuine and opened up at the base of his chest. He is broad up high. He's got a big square hip in him. I think he works with great reach and range of motion from behind. Again, I'd like to change him in terms of his head shape, but boy, the rest of that barrow is very good. Young man here is going to be next, and I think, again, one that you've got to appreciate for his stoutness of skull. He's got a tremendous amount of dimension and shape up high. I didn't read him to be quite as genuine right at the base of his chest relative to his class winner. As we compare him back, I think he gets shorter and rounder out of that hip and wants to do a little more of the east-west shuffle compared to our class winner. But this is a big, stout, dense one. Has a ton of product laid in him. Excuse me, a really good place to lay in second. Front two-thirds of this barrow I absolutely love. I mean, he's got a stout skull. He's opened up in his chest. He's broad up high. He's got a big old fresh back. For me, young lady, the reason he lands third, you step in behind him, he just wants to run out of gas. He's a shorter hipped barrow that doesn't have as much true muscle. I don't think his bone quite matches what he's got working up high, and I still think we need to have him reach and grab and go a little bit more in terms of how he reaches off of his rear leg, but an intriguing one in terms of a balance and pattern standpoint. Don't mind this barrow here in 4 in terms of just his openness of chest, his stoutness of feature, his bone work. This one just doesn't blend and balance like he should, and I'm not one to knock on long-bodied hogs, but this is one that does need to be shortened up. He needs to be stronger in his top line, balance a bit better, make him a little bit more fresh in terms of his head shape, but that one does have some pieces and practicality. I like this barrow originally from the jump because he's fresh-centered. He's one that gives you a good look from the side. Unfortunately, as we compare him back to those that stand above him, he's a narrower skulled barrow that wants to close up more at the base of his chest. He's flatter in his forerib, just wants to be more closed up and narrow all the way through, but it's his fresh center, his body, his practical type keeps him towards the top end of this class. A hog that comes next, it's intriguing in terms of his shape up high. Thought he got a little narrower chested and plainer headed. We just got to make him be a little bit better in that regard. Hogs on down the line that, again, I think offer quality in terms of just genuine muscle shape. We just got to reassemble them. This one's got to go better off his rear leg. Next one's got to be a little bit better there in terms of how he steps down off of his front end. And hogs on down the line, we've just got to change from that standpoint. Good job to those young folks. Keep up the good work.
In Class 23 middleweight market barrows, our first purple goes to Jack Jacobs of Hall County. Second purple to Cooper Lovett of Gage County. Also receiving purples, Hadley Dunklaw of Wayne County, Caden Kowalski of Sherman County, and Emerson Pagels of Burke County. Receiving blues in the class, Samuel Beck of Saunders County, Trumpus Carr of Lincoln County, Blaze Hartwell of Burt County, Carson Lane of Douglas Sarpy County, and Cash Maharis of Hamilton County.
Well, we turned up the heat here a bit more on this particular class, and I think, again, quality that runs deep, honestly, down into 6, 7, and 8. But as we sort through these, I think we've got a group here that I certainly think offers a great deal of quality, and obviously from the outside you think so too, because it got deadly quiet when we started working the top 5 in this group. From there, I do think there is one just in terms of balance and presence, genuineness, of openness at the base of their skeleton, still working with the right type of skeletal base and range of motion. Young lady in the middle of the ring is going to win this class. This one is so opened up at the base of his chest. He's got a great balance and presence. I love this one going away in terms of just his reach and his squareness. He's brought up high. He's genuine at the base of his chest. He balances in proportions very well. I think that's a very good place to start in a very competitive class. A really interesting here decision between 2 and 3, because I think both these hogs bring a lot of quality. They bring a lot of different things to the table. Young man over here is going to be second with a barrow that I like from his hip forward. This one is extremely tall-shouldered. He's opened up at the base of his chest. He's brought up high. Works with a little better range of motion than the barrow that's going to land 3. I do think we need to square him up going away. I'd like to make his head a little neater comparatively, but this is a very fresh, good-made type of a barrow who's tall-shouldered. Absolute stouty here that lands in 3rd, and I love his skull shape. I love his muscle up high. This is one that is broad and opened up underneath. Thought this one got a little more forward in the angle to his blade, and as the drive wears on, you can see he's not quite as comfortable there from hip hock to ground. Wants to get a little shorter stepping and shorter hipped, but there's too much good in that barrow to not keep him in the top end of a competitive class. His ultimate mass and dimension and stoutness keeps him towards the top end of this drive. Opposite end of the spectrum here, a young lady's barrow that's really neat from the profile. Great reach in terms of his skeletal angles. Read him to be a little frailer featured in terms of his bone work, and as we compared him back, honestly, to the 3 that stand above him, thought he closed up a bit more in his chest, got a little plainer going away, wasn't just as genuine as opened up as the ones that stand above him. Young lady that we put here in 5, I mean, this is a barrow that in a lot of classes we'd be thankful to have, because he's good built from the side, he's problem-free, he's got a great look of presence. As we step in behind him, he wants to get a little more cow-hawked from behind, and of our initial group is the narrowest chested, flattest in his forerib comparatively, but again, I like that one in terms of his basics and practicality. Similar story here with the young lady next. Not one that is just lush with muscle and genuine base width, but good in the basic build, good and fresh in terms of her top line. Hog that comes next is stouter in terms of that regard. Just needs to be reassembled, particularly through his front feet, how he works out of his hip and rear leg, but one that is fresh and has a big top. Hogs on down the line that honestly it's a comfort issue as we work through this class of why they sort down. Again, we're not lacking for any muscle, product, or genuine endpoint value. We just got to make them more comfortable in this particular setting. Good job. Going to be fun to work through this middleweight division. I think the quality was very good in some of these classes. Nice job to these young folks.
In Class 24 middleweight market barrows, our first purple goes to Madison Stewart of Cumming County. Second purple goes to Baker Krupicka of Lincoln County. Also receiving purples, Brecken Hirschfeld of York County, Morgan Clement of Saunders County, and Kinley Kaufman of Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues in the class, Isaiah Rauert from Washington County, Bailey Dahlman of Franklin County, Jagger Phillips of Seward County, Marinee Vaughn of Antelope County, Allie Ritter of Cumming County, Kyson Bowes of Harlan County, and Natalie DeWispelair of Butler County. currently in the ring is Class 25 middleweight market barrows, our last class of middleweights. We will have the division championship drive following Class 25 in our South Show Ring.
Well, another interesting class here and a good way to round out this division. I certainly think there's still quality at the top end of this class, but honestly, again, as I mentioned in a couple of classes, I do want to change something on each one of these relative to their skeletal base, but there is one out here that I just think reads to be the freshest. He's the boldest in terms of his rib cage. He's very genuine in terms of how he's opened up underneath. And I also just think in terms of, even though I'd like to reassemble him from his hock to the ground, I think his range of motion and comfort out here is the best option. Young man directly in front of me is going to win this class. This one is extremely bold-ribbed. Probably the most impressive view is when he comes right out the gate and he just drives and works with a great range of motion out here as he comes out of the holding pen. He's one that's stout-skulled. He's broad and opened up high. Yeah, I'd like to fix him in his hip-loin junction there, and as we mentioned, square him up going away ever so slightly. But honestly, in a group where I want to do that on all of them, I just felt he was a little more comfortable, especially down at his lower feet. Young man here at the far side will be next, and I like this barrow's elevation up front. He's one that is bold in terms of his forearm. I didn't read this one to be quite as comfortable out here, particularly as we study him through his hip and rear leg. Wants to get a little more tender in terms of those feet, but I still think his balance, his presence, his genuine stoutness and base width, kind of barrow you got to keep towards the top end of the class. Young man's got a real neat one from the side here in third, and I like that about him. He's one that reaches and goes extremely well through the front portion of his skeleton. Read him to be a little shorter hipped. Didn't think he quite drove and played it with as much just genuine authority. I just need to give him more oomph in terms of his power up high and muscle going away, stouting him in his bone work to contend with those top two. Young man, again, continued to work here, and I want to commend him for that because this one is stout. He's big up high. He's got tremendous spread. I didn't tell you to watch him go away because, boy, he's got a big old square back in him. Also, though, as he goes away, wants to get rounder and a little more outside of himself than what I consider ideal. We need to change him in that regard, but a power hog that we land there in 4. Nice job of that, young man. Young man that's coming next, I like him from the side a great deal. Again, one that does have a good type of pattern. He's fresh up high, very well presented in terms of skin and hair. Unfortunately, step in behind this guy, and he looks a little bit like me. He's big-bellied and has no butt. We need to give him more shape, give him a little bit more true dimension to get him any higher in this class. Opposite ends of the spectrum here. I think this one's got a really good spread up high. Just need to reassemble him from a skeletal standpoint. Work on down the line here, and honestly, in this particular class, we've got hogs that have balance and presence. We just need to give them a little more muscle in a lot of places. So nice job to these young folks. Let's give those young folks in this division a real nice round of applause. Going to be fun to work through this middle champion drive.
In Class 25, middleweight market barrows, receiving first purple, Ryder Brabitz from Saunders County. Second purple goes to Jack Jacobs from Hall County. Also receiving purples, Trevin Maloshek from Saunders County, and Porter Wolgamuth from Phelps County. Receiving blues in the class, Cruz Molina from Platte County, Ava Carnop from Burke County, Ella Booth from Washington County, Kylie Hackbart from Saline County, Kristen Peterson from Kearney County, Brody Lane from Douglas Sarpy County, and McKinley Stoller from Hayes County. In our championship drive for the middleweight barrows, we have Blake Day from Buffalo County, Jack Jacobs from Hall County, Madison Stewart from Cumming County, and Ryder Brabitz from Saunders County.
Let's give our contestants here in this middle division a real nice round of applause. I'm going to be honest with you. I got through that first division. I thought I might need a jump of caffeine here to get fired back up. But honestly, these class winners coming in the middle and coming back out here get you pretty fired up. And I don't care if you're at the Nebraska State Fair or another state fair or Texas major. These are 4 good barrows. And again, commend the young people and the breeders out here for putting them together and putting together this type of quality. And again, I like each one of these a great deal. And as I've said all day, just trying to build them from the ground up and have those extras and those pieces that we like. But at the end of the day, these are market animals that have endpoint value. And so they've got to have muscle. They've got to be right in terms of their degree of muscle, their degree of finish, and make sure that when we send them to the rail, they're going to have those things. And of course, as I step back and evaluate these, again, I like each one of these for a little different reasons. They bring something a little different to the table. There is one that I just think in terms of balance, presence, skeletal quality, and still to be so impressive as he comes right at you. He hit me very hard in class. Young lady right here is going to be your champion. We drop in that second. That was a very deep class, and we certainly talked about the quality in that particular group. I think he fits into the mix in terms of his skull shape, his broadness up high. We talked about how we'd maybe alter him as he goes away ever so slightly, but as we mentioned, I certainly think he fits into the mix. I like all these barrows very well, and honestly, there's one out here that I think from a build and skeletal quality, just his broadness up high, if we changed him a little bit in terms of his head shape, I think he'd really push, but the young man drove him right into my knees to kind of say, hey, this guy can still go. About took me out, but that doesn't worry me. This one's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
In our middleweight market barrow division, Madison Stewart from Cumming County is our champion, and reserve champion is Jack Jacobs from Hall County.
good class here and a good class to work through. And honestly, from this side of the mic, a fun class to sort and kind of work through in your head because there's differences, but I do think it falls together fairly logically. And just to remain consistent in terms of balance and muscle and still having the right kind of base width, a young man here the far side of the ring wins this class. And as he comes right at you, that's where that barrow really gets his advantage. I challenge you to take a look as him. He comes right at you through his chest. He's extremely broad there. He's bowled up high. He balances in proportions very well. I would like him to take a little longer step, and I think that's where you could get critical of this barrow, but I still think there's so much balance and presence, genuine base width in that. That's a good place to start. It's interesting out here between second and third, and I think they really do have a lot of trade-offs depending on where you're sitting, what you're going to do. I ultimately do land on the young man's blue barrow. I think he's a bit more proportional from the side. He's leveler in terms of his lines. He's longer in his hip. I do want to open him up in his chest and make him stouter skulled, and that's where I do want to change him. But as we compare it back to the barrow in third, I still think his reach and range of motion is a bit better. His presence from the side is a bit better in that regard. Just not as stouter as opened up as our class winner. Young lady does an absolutely great job driving the wheels off this barrow in third and did a good job hiding the pieces from me that she needed to. And I always want to commend showmen when they do that because this barrow is neat up high. He's fresh in terms of his back. He actually is stouter bone than the one that stands above him. For me, he gets shorter and rounder out of his hip. You can see that as the drive wears on. And ultimately, of our initial trio, for as much stoutness of feature and mass as he's got up high, I need to make him better right at the base of his chest. But again, want to commend that young lady. She hid that from me until she absolutely couldn't anymore. Good quality type of pig to land there in three. A young lady that's coming next, one that's super stout. He's broad and opened up and down low. Just need to square him up going away comparatively. I didn't read this one to be quite as just clean through the lower portion of his jowl. Make him better going away as well. Young lady that was driving this one now looks like a substitute showman that had this one. Front 2/3 this one I like a great deal. Broad and stout up high, big and stout in terms of his hip. He's just not good enough in terms of how he works out of his rear leg. He wants to get really unagile there. We need to let him loosen up and go. I didn't read him to be as fresh as the ones that stood above him. Again, front 2/3 that one's body is very intriguing. One that we appreciate from that regard. Like this barrow from the side that comes next, just need to make him more opened up, and that was ultimately where I landed on him. We need to stouten him up in terms of his bone work and make him a bit more powerful. Hog that comes next, again, one that I really like in terms of his presence and profile. Thought of the initial part of the class, easily the flattest and lightest muscled. We just need to put more genuine end value product on that one to get him any higher. Hogs on down the line that, again, in this particular class have plenty of muscle, just need to reassemble their comfort, particularly in their front feet and their rear hocks. Good class. Let's give these young folks a good hand.
In Class 26 heavyweight market barrows, our first purple shown by Regan Crackey of Gage County, second purple by Tucker Brandyberry of Harlan County, also receiving purples Bristol Woolsey of Seward County, and Laney Wolgamuth from Phelps County. In the class receiving blues, Terrence Sudik from Saunders County, Kaylee Gregory from Dodge County, Amelia Heller from Cumming County, Carter Stratman from Cumming County, Charles Winters from Hamilton County, Claire Scheidler from Adams County, and Trampus Carr from Lincoln County.
Well, it's a good group of barrows out here, and I do think top to bottom, this is probably the deepest class. And so if you got penned back here, I'll just tell you, I think there's pigs down in 5, 6, 7, 8 that in a lot of classes we'd been happy to have in 1, 2, 3. And so I want to commend the young folks out here as we evaluate and study them. Certainly think a great deal of quality. I don't do this often, but let's put our hands together for the exhibitors in this class because I think it's very good. And from there, I think it's a fun group to sort. And honestly, it's my job today to line them up. And if you want to line them up a different way and put them in a couple different orders, I'm not going to argue with you because it's varying opinions on what you can do. Because there's all things I like, there's all things I could change in each one of these animals. But honestly, when we get into some heavy weights and we got to start making some calls, I always default back to freshness. Skeletal quality, still just being genuine in terms of their basic build. And there is one out here that I think has been consistent the whole time. His skeletal base, in my opinion, is unrivaled. He's extremely fresh up high. He's the most balanced. He reaches with the greatest range of motion. Yeah, I'd change him in an area or two, but the one that just consistently comes back to me that gets into my hip pocket, young man right here is going to win this class. I like this, as I mentioned, I like this bear a great deal from the side. He's tall-shouldered, he's extended, but he's not flat. He's still got forearm. He's got juice up high in terms of his muscle shape. I love this bear going away in terms of his reach and range of motion. He could be a little bolder at the base of his chest. I still call him square, but he could be a little bolder there and just be a little notch better in terms of his front feet. But that's getting nitpicky of one that can drive and plant and go and have a ton of endurance out here. And ultimately, just his added freshness is what gives him the perspective and advantage over the Baron too. Young lady right here is going to be second, and I like this bear a great deal in terms of just his upper rib and body. I think he's soft-centered. He's one that gives you an incredible kind of look as he comes right at you through his chest. As I compared him back, he was a shorter fronted barrow, a shorter face barrow that I think's got a little more on him relative to his condition. He's shorter hipped, and as the longer the drive wore on, I didn't think he was quite as mobile there off of his rear leg, but that is a big ribbed, big motored, opened up type of a barrow that, again, you've got to appreciate what good he brings to the table. That's certainly a neat one to go ahead and land in second. Young man over here is going to be next, and I like this one stoutness of feature, his skull shape, his bone, his forearm. I like that a great deal. As the drive wore on, as we could see, want to get a little shorter and rounder out of that hip. Didn't want to be quite as comfortable, but I did think he hinged better and hooked up better at the top side of his skeleton, and ultimately was fresher than the barrow that lands 4. Front 2/3 of this barrow in 4 I like. He's opened up. He's got a neat head carriage about him. I didn't think he patterned quite as good, particularly his ham-loin junction. Looks to me like a big barrow that's maybe past 12 o'clock in terms of his upside shape and muscle, but his skeletal quality, his look, his balance from the side, got to keep towards the top end of this particular class. Young lady coming next, as we mentioned, one thing I do want to say, we got some good showmen in here, and I remember from showmanship last night, and so they present their animals very well. This guy's neat from the side. He just gets too flat and narrow relative to his chest floor and kind. We got to open him up there as he comes right at you. Young lady's got one that's broad up high. Need to change how he works off his rear leg. You can tell he's a little ouchy there in terms of his lower joints. Absolutely does a great job getting that one presented. Young lady coming next. Front 2/3 of this barrow I like a ton. He's opened up. He's got a big top. Unfortunately, he gets a little more bowy back there as we study him through his rear hock and leg. Drop the rest of these out. And again, animals that have presence, we just got to change them in terms of their bone work, fits them in terms of their front feet. Nice job to these young folks. Excellent class. Good job to them.
In Class 27 heavyweight market barrows, our first purple goes to Brayson Miller from Merritt County. Second purple goes to Lila Krupicka of Lincoln County. Also receiving purple, Cooper Lovett of Gage County and Morgan Clement of Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Ava Carnop of Burke County, Macy Mysek of Saunders County, Brooke Day of Buffalo County, Atlee Strode of Buffalo County, and Alexis Warner of Washington County.
good class here, and I think a good trio at the top end of this group. And certainly some intriguing things as you study them and break them down of what you can do and where you want to land. But ultimately, there is a barrow out here that I just think is fresher topped. He's crisper in terms of just where he's at relative to his maturity. He comes at you better at the base of his chest. And even though I want to change basically all three of these and how they work off their rear leg, I still think he works with good range of motion. That's the young man on the far side. He's going to win this class. This one's tall-shouldered. He's extended. He's genuinely opened up at the base of his chest. He's so crisp and natural up high. Again, I want to change how he works off of his right rear, but I certainly think his freshness, his just boldness and stoutness, good place to start. Young man's blue barrow will be next. And again, this is one that's big in terms of his rib cage. He's soft in terms of his center. He's a narrower chested barrow comparatively. I didn't read him to be quite 12 o'clock relative to just his freshness as a market hog. I'd also like to just give him a little more muscle going away and square him up. Obviously a little awkward there on his right front foot, but his balance, his presence, his stoutness of feature, good type of a hog to land second. Young man that's going to be third. I like the front 2/3 of this one. Very fresh, very good in terms of his body type, bold in terms of the lower portion of his forerib and flank. Gets a little chuffy up there through the lower portion of his jowl. As he goes away, wants to get a little more bowy as well. But again, I thought his freshness and just balance and presence was very good in this class. This bear is chucked full of muscle, and I appreciate that about him, particularly on the top side of his skeleton. He's got a big raw shape and one that you're going to be very impressive when you get on his backside. One that I think we do need to just mellow out, let him drive and plant and have a bit more true reach and flex out here. If we could change that about him, certainly think we could slide him up a spot or two. Opposite end of the spectrums with this young lady's barrow, I like him from the side. He's very good and parallel in his lines. Unfortunately, he does a little bit more of a disappearing act in terms of his muscle and shape. We need to open him up and give him a bit more true dimension up high to go ahead and contend. Next one that comes out, again, similar type of story. The one that's tall and elevated, just needs to be more opened up in his chest, be bolder there in the lower portion of his rib. Hogs on down the line that honestly I think have muscle. We just got to change how they're built fundamentally from the ground up, particularly in their front knee and chest. Good job to those young folks. Let's give them a nice hand.
In Class 28 heavyweight market barrows, our first purple goes to Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. Second purple goes to Regan Crackey from Gage County. Also receiving purple, Trevin Maloshek from Saunders County. In the class receiving blues, Emmett Ritter from Cumming County, Jenna Peterson from Kearney County, Eliza Divish from Saunders County, Rylan Johnson from Kearney County, Raya Lavick from Butler County, Caleb Hackbart from Saline County. We're currently in Class 29 heavyweight market barrows. We're going to follow this with a small Class 30 and then come back to our show ring for our division drive for the Division 3, Division heavyweight market barrows. After the division drive for the market barrows, we're going to do our Farrow-to-owned cohort group over here in the North Show ring, and we're going to follow that with our overall barrow champion selection. The overall hog will be selected at the 5 Points Arena at 4 p.m., which will consist of the gilts, the barrows, and the purebreds. So the Grand and Reserve gilts, Grand and Reserve barrows, and the 2 Grand and Reserve purebreds from the market show today.
Well, an interesting trio to round out our heavy show with, and honestly, I got to make some calls. And as we talked freshness, and just when you get to this stage, you've got to make some calls. Where you're going to sit with skeleton and just maturity and some of those things. And honestly, I think these each bring something different to the table, but you've got to land where you're going to sit on where you sit with freshness and particularly muscle. The one that I feel the most comfortable with, just from a balance and skeletal quality standpoint, I challenge you on the outside to actually study him coming at you from his chest floor standpoint and still works with the best range of motion. Young man directly in front of me is going to win this class. This one's tall-shouldered. He's the best built in terms of his skeleton. He's one that's fresh and crisp up high, as I mentioned. He comes at you very good in his chest. He isn't the stoutest boned one, I'll be the first to admit, but I do think his bone matches his indicators in terms of his skull. Just a really good place to start in terms of a fresh-bodied, good-muscled one to win this last heavy class. Young lady here will be next, and I like this one's freshness up high. He's big in terms of his rib cage. He gets shorter and rounder out of his hip out here, and for his maturity, I'd like to see him just a notch better in his front knee as he comes right at you. He's good in this part of his chest, just needs to work a little better in his front knee, but I still think he's fresher, has more genuine muscle than the barrow that we're going to round out here, the top trio. This barrow is striking from the profile. He's big skulled, he's big in his forearm. Appreciate those things about him. Just a little past 12 o'clock for me today. He's more mature about his head, and you get in behind him. This one doesn't have near enough muscle comparatively. I'd also like to change how he works off of his rear leg, but certainly one you can appreciate from that regard. Young lady that's coming next, I talked to the remainder of this class. We just need to stouten this one up in terms of his bone work, make him reach and go a little better. Very fresh, though, in terms of his body in top shape. Young lady's Duroc hog was one that I love in terms of his stoutness of feature and bone, big in terms of his skull shape. Just need to give him more genuine muscle going away to contend in this class. Round out the class with the young man's barrow that's certainly got an easy feeding kind of look. Just need to give him more genuine shape up high, make him neater up front. Good class. Let's give those young folks a nice hand.
In Class 29, receiving first purple, Colin Nabuda from Cumming County. Second purple goes to Macy Mysek of Saunders County. Also receiving purple in this class, Briggs Klug of Platte County. The blues in this class, Coulter Goodrich of Greeley County, Leah Hartman of Dodge County, and Larissa Vaughn of Antelope County.
single entry in the overweight class, and this is probably the one time you can't argue with me today, but one that I do think is good-bodied and good-ribbed, one that does have a good type of skeletal base. Let's give this young man a nice hand for exhibiting his project.
In Class 30, overweight market barrow, receiving a blue, Chisholm Goodrich from Greeley County. We're starting our Division III heavyweight market barrow drive. We have from Class 26, Regan Crackey from Gage County. In Class 27, Brayson Miller from Merritt County. In Class 28, Tucker Brandyberry from Harlan County. And from Class 29, Colin Nabuda from Cumming County. Following our Division III barrow drive, we're going to do the Farrow-to-owned. We need all Farrow-to-owned cohort members up. Whether you have market hogs or not, all Farrow-to-owned cohort members are up. That is Olivia Beal, Ellie Beal, Devin Dose, Kendall Godekin, Colin Schmidt, and Trevin Stuke to the North Show ring.
Let's give our heavy class winners a nice round of applause here. It's been a fun show, and looking forward to tying in to your champion out of the crosses, then heading over here. I know we got a few more things to do, but I've just been very impressed with the barrows on this side of things, and certainly think differences in quality out here. But, you know, the one thing that I feel very confident in is you've got a good set of hogs and a good set of kids here in Nebraska. And so I really wasn't sure what to expect when I came out here, but definitely a good set of quality animals. And as we get back into the ring and start focusing on what we've got to do here, one of the things I've kept in mind today is obviously we talk about muscle and we talk about composition, but I'm big on skeletal quality and balance as well. And I think that even though there's differences in each one of these coming out of their respective classes, I thought they represented good kind. And oftentimes I think we chase extremes to get one piece or two, and we miss good ones because we're trying to hit that one piece. And so I think these are the best kind that came out of their respective classes. And then from there, there is one that I think just in terms of balance, skeletal quality, still putting together a ton of muscle and stoutness of feature. Young man right here is going to be your champion. We drop in that second in that class, and I thought obviously it was a very competitive class, and not to take away from our other class winners, but I think it comes down to that one and the one out of the first class, and they're both opened up in their chest. They both got spread up high, and honestly, they're both hogs that I want to change in terms of their hip and rear leg structure ever so slightly. But again, as I study them and compare them back, there is one that is just extremely opened up through his chest. He's massive up high. He's bold in his forerib, and I still think drives and plants with a ton of authority and reach. Young lady that was second will be reserved.
In our heavyweight market barrows division, our champion is Brayson Miller from Merritt County. Our reserve champion goes to Lila Krupicka of Lincoln County. We are going to transition to our Farrow-to-owned cohort. You know, all of these kids have worked hard. All of these youth have raised their animals, but this group has gone an extra mile, and they're going to show some of their hogs now. The Nebraska 4-H Farrow-and-owned swine cohort is designed to enhance the traditional 4-H swine project and cultivate the next generation of leaders in the swine industry by providing opportunities focused on swine production as a goal of the 4-H members project, along with accurate and complete record keeping, industry knowledge, and engagement by the 4-H member. In order to participate, the 4-H youth must be aged 10 to 18 years old, complete the YQCA, and have farrow their own project animals. Youth involved in the cohort participated in learning opportunities hosted by Extension Swine Specialist Benny Moat about nutrition, biosecurity, meat science, economics, and more. They also maintained records related to swine management and basic care, which resulted in turning in a record book this weekend. Finally, they exhibited their Farrow-and-owned project animals here at the 2024 Nebraska State Fair with an opportunity for special recognition for participating in the cohort. The following youth met the requirements of participating in 75% of the educational meetings from February to June and participated in the interview portion of their cohort this weekend.
Well, as I mentioned there yesterday when we did this in the Gilts, I think this is a great program, and anytime we can encourage young folks to get back involved in the livestock industry, that's a positive. So if you're ringside, let's give these young folks a nice round of applause here. And from there, the other thing that I noticed as an observation is half your class is purebreds, and so that's good too, that you've got involvement on both sides of things relative to our crosses and exotics as well as pures. And then from there, we've obviously evaluated these hogs throughout the day, but the one that's ultimately going to be your winner, I remember him distinctly in class, and I liked his build, I liked his balance, just thought he needed a little more muscle, but young lady does a very nice job showing that one. She'll be your champion in this division. Followed up with a young man over here with his crossbred barrow, one that we like in terms of muscle and shape. Just want to make him a little better balanced. Round out with the Yorkshire here. Again, one we just want to correct in his shoulder and knee, but I like his muscle up high. Then this young man's been doing a nice job showing here all week. I really enjoyed working with him. Let's give him a nice round of applause as he rounds out as well. Good job.
We're gonna do some announcing on this, and then we'll get to that. Towards our overall champion market barrow, if we could have all of our champion reserves from our divisions come back to the ring, the South Show Ring. We'll get started in that in a few minutes after we do some announcing in the Farrow-to-owned here in the North Show Ring. In our Farrow-to-owned cohort here for the market division, Kendall Godekin was the champion in the show, and Trevin Stukes was reserve. We'd like all of our Farrow-to-owned cohort to come into the ring, and go ahead and raise your hand when I announce your name. This is a great group of youth that's done quite a bit. Olivia Beal from Brown Rock, Kepahaw County. Ellie Beal from Brown Rock, Kepahaw County. Devin Dose from Hamilton County. Kendall Godekin from Platte County. Colin Schmidt from Fillmore County. And Trevin Stuke from Saline County. Let's give a big round of applause to all these young exhibitors. We'd love to see this program grow over the years, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to make sure you know about it. We're going to get a quick picture, and then we'll announce the interview winners. Okay, congratulations, everyone. In the interview contest portion of this Farrow-to-owned, receiving third place is Kendall Godekin from Platte County. Receiving second place, Devin Dose from Hamilton County. And our champion from the interview portion is Olivia Beal from Brown Rock, Kepahaw County. Congratulations. I want to call your attention to the South Show Ring for our championship drive of the Market Barrows at the 2024 Nebraska State Fair. From our lightweight division, we have Regan Crackey from Gage County. From our middleweight division, we have Jack Jacobs from Hall County. And from our heavyweight division, we have Madison Stewart. What I do wrong? I just got the weights wrong because I'm missing something. Nothing. I just got it wrong. From the middleweight division, I have Madison Stewart, and from the heavyweight division, I have Bryson Miller from Merritt County. Bryson.
We'll shut them down here just for a second. And I know we're going to do our big show over in the dirt here in the arena, but if we could, those of you that are ringside and been with us all day, let's give all these young folks a nice round of applause. It's been fun, and certainly appreciate the staff. And again, I probably won't get the opportunity to address just the hog crowd. So appreciate the opportunity to do this. And the one thing I would say is, regardless of whether you're out here or you were 9th or 10th or 11th consistently, keep your head up, because it's important that regardless of one person's opinion on a given day, we continue to support this project and we continue to work hard. And I'll tell you, just as a young person growing up in this business, till about the last 3 years of my show career, I was a lot more towards that end than I was this end. And so if you have some wherewithal, if you have some conviction, if you have a good attitude, you can make it just here any time you want. And so that's the best thing about showing livestock is it can be extremely inclusive. And if you work hard and do the right things, it can bode well for you from a success standpoint. The one other piece I want to say before I fire these things back up, I kind of alluded to it last night, but my family and I made a very challenging and maybe not easy decision to return back to the swine industry for me to lead the NSR. And part of that reason was because I'm passionate about this industry and because I love working with you people. And not that I don't appreciate my opportunity at the Angus Association and working with the broader livestock industry, but the one thing when I told them I wanted to come back and I asked if they'd still allow me to step in the ring, I've said it a few times, but the one thing is, you know what, when I step in the ring and evaluate the kids, I pick them the way I like them because that's what I have to do, because a lot of you pay my salary every day and pay for my family's groceries. So you don't owe me anything. I don't owe you anything. I just pick the pigs I like, and I darn sure like the 3 we've got out here. So fire these things back up. It's an awesome set, and again, we've had 3 or 4 and deep in classes where I think, depending on who you have on this side of the microphone, you can sort them a couple different ways, and that's just indicative of the quality we've had out here. There is one that struck me very hard when he came out of his class and in his division. I think he fits into the mix very well out here, and again, not to show too many secrets or talk them too much, because I know we've got a pick or reserve. There is one that I think is just absolutely massive, stout, well-balanced, and still proportions and drives as good as any. This middle will be your champion. We drop in that reserve in that division, and he's definitely in the mix. And we talked a lot about him coming out of that division. He's big up high. He's extremely good in terms of his skeletal base. He is a little shorter hipped. He's a little plainer about his head, and that's where we change him. That D1 barrow is big and open in his chest floor. He's got a big, broad top up high. He gets a little round and underneath himself as well, just comparatively, but that barrow has a tremendous amount of future. This is one of those scenarios, and I mentioned it a lot, where, boy, I'd really like to tie in and use a top 5 if you could, but we select the ones we select. And then we've got our heavy division 1 out here. I think his balance, his skeletal quality, his build, his presence is very good. I didn't think he probably was just as opened up at the base of his chest as our champion, but I still think for his weight, his freshness, his build, his extension, his balance, his skeletal quality, he's my next favorite. He'll be reserve.
In our market barrow show, our grand champion is Madison Stewart from Cumming County, and our reserve champion is Brayson Miller from Merritt County. This wraps up our gilt and barrow and purebred show here at the Nebraska State Fair, but it is not quite over, because at 4 p.m. in the 5 Points Arena, we will select an overall champion. So please have our champion and reserves from the gilts and the barrows and the purebreds head over there at 4 o'clock and make arrangements for that, and they'll pick an overall champion. One last thank you to our judge, Clay Zwilling from West Lafayette, Indiana, and thank you to all our volunteers and all of our sponsors. And we'll see you at